Such impeccable timing. Not sure if I'm referring to myself or Mr. Radon, but either way, welcome, welcome, Raiders.
You know the drill.
Apparently I do. Thank you very much for another 80 bits. Greetings, Raiders. Greetings, everyone else. What's up, Sabletooth, White Buffalo? Lurkers, Raiders, VOD viewers. Fellow beat them up enjoyers. We are gathered here today to continue our quest for beat 'em up enlightenment. The last vestiges of a morning coffee here. Not entirely cold yet, just mostly. Yeah, so yesterday was fun. Spent a few more hours than expected or intended with Double Dragon Gaiden. Game that is certainly flawed, but very much enjoyable still. As I said yesterday, my initial plan was kind of to revisit, or properly visit for the first time, really, River City Girls 2. But as it turns out, last minute I discovered that at least the Xbox version, which is the one I happen to own, has horrendous, unplayable input lag. So it was just, oh, this is just going to piss me off. I'm not going to bother with this. But I remember that I did pick up the Steam version of Double Dragon Gaiden a couple of weeks ago on sale, and figured, fuck it, why don't we spend some time with that? Because I did play that one on release. I think the Xbox version of that also suffered pretty bad input lag, at least at the time. Maybe it's been patched since, I don't know. But I was curious to check out the PC version, and I was curious to mostly check out the updates that had happened, because that game's been updated like a million times since it first came out. And yeah, as it turns out, it's got some, as mentioned, kind of fundamental flaws with the whole creating food mechanic. Like the difficulty balancing is just very strange, but it's got very cool, very entertaining, very charming presentation. If you can, you know, put up with the chibi aesthetic. And yeah, it was pretty fun, However, I had also mentioned that I've been kind of feeling the itch to go back and play more arcade beat-em-ups. More specifically, digging a little deeper and potentially looking for a game to try to grind out the 1cc for it, or at the very least, like, try to learn properly. I did play a fair amount of The Punisher a couple of years ago, and I got the 1cc on that. I very much like that game. It's potentially my favorite beat-em-up. But I want to expand my knowledge, I want to expand my experience and insight by learning more games and learning them properly. For a number of reasons, but mostly, I guess, to summarize, or to put it simply, I think mastery is kind of the key to literacy when it comes to these kinds of games. I feel like by getting better at and learning some of these games, or it's not that getting better at them is a means of learning more about them, or really the opposite either. It's kind of, they just go together. As you learn more about a game and how it works, you become better at it. And becoming better at it is an expression of that knowledge. Who researches how to beat 'em up? How to beat 'em up people? I can't even read. I'm just beat 'em up brain. What's up, Electro? This is virtual pugilism, and it is an honorable endeavor. In any case, I dabbled with like a couple of other games after getting the 1cc on the Punisher, but I was never really, like, I've played Final Fight a million times, obviously, and it's a game I've always enjoyed learning more about. But as far as like actually making a legitimate effort to get a 1cc, I think Final Fight is just a very difficult game, so I don't mind kind of working my way up towards it with some other stops on the way. But I'm unsure for a few reasons about what game, if any, I would want to really dedicate myself to in that way. And part of it is, you know, finding something that I just enjoy and I think is inherently fun and cool. Like with the Punisher, I just always loved that game, and playing it, it sort of came naturally that I was like, you know what? I'm just getting better at this, and the 1cc isn't that far off. And the thing about the Punisher in particular is that, like, by my estimation, it's one of the easier arcade beat-em-ups, and the evidence for that is the fact that I was able to do it. And it didn't even require that much practice. It was really only like 2 boss fights that I had to actually like put dedicated practice towards learning. The rest of the game is like you can just skate by on fundamentals. But the other thing is like not just finding a game that's fun and I feel encouraged to kind of keep pushing after playing it once or so. That, you know, that's not a bad start. But I'm also curious to maybe, and this is something I'd have to, unless people in chat can elucidate me, it would something I'd have to research kind of on my own time. That is like what games, what kind of strategies, what kind of, like what does mastery and learning how to abuse AI or whatever, like what does that actually entail in whatever game in question? Because that's the thing, again, Punisher stood out to me as a game I could sort of mostly learn just by playing it. It didn't really require study or like a training regimen or something beyond just playing it, with the exception of those like few boss fights. So I feel like it's going to be hard to, I can play a game and determine whether I think it's fun or not, but whether it's like a good idea to try to 1cc is a bit of a different. That's more difficult to gauge. So once we get to it, if anyone in chat has input, I'd be happy to know what people think about whichever candidates. Yeah, honestly, I can't think of an easier arcade beat 'em up than the Punisher. Like, you could argue Double Dragon, like, it takes 2 seconds to learn how to use the elbow, and that'll get you through 85% of the game. The thing is, though, the gap between, like, knowing how to do the game and how easy that is to learn versus actually completing it 1cc is still tangible, because there's like death pits and like the traps in the final stage. That's like the thing you need to practice in that game. There's like a couple of these instant kill, like there's the pits, there's the river or whatever in the forest stage. Technically, I guess there's pits in the factory, but those aren't too difficult to avoid. Then there's the traps in the final stage, and Machine Gun Willie can kill you in one hit with his gun. So like it takes, compared to most other beat-em-ups, learning how to avoid or deal with those things probably isn't that difficult, but it's still a significant gap compared to how trivial it is to learn how to use the elbow. It's just like, press these 2 buttons, keep this rough space from the enemy, and just throw it out there, and that's combat solved, basically. But yeah, other than things like that, yeah, the Punisher is very easy. But it's fun and it feels good to play. And, you know, you can crank up the difficulty. Like, there's ways to make it a bit more challenging. You can play it for score or whatever. So it's not like I've exhausted what I can get out of that game by any means. But I know that I can't necessarily expect a similar experience with much else. Violent Storm is definitely on my list. And in fact, I did put together a little bit of a list. But I think we're going to probably just sort of browse through the list that I have here in MAME and see what stands out. And like, my plan for today's stream, insofar as having a plan, is pick out a few of these games and probably just kind of credit feed my way through them, get a feel for them. Most of these games I have either not really ever played extensively or just not recently at all, and just see if anything stands out as something I want to spend more time with, or something that it's like, man, I don't know about this. And in the meantime, I'm sure we can have a lot of interesting game design discussions, and I will be very openly soliciting advice, feedback, information, coaching, or whatever it might be, whether it's the game in question or just suggestions for games that are good or bad for trying to go for the 1cc. Yeah, Lady Death is supposed to come out at the end of this month. I will be playing that when it comes out, of course. I do not expect that game to be something I want to spend a lot of time with, though. I mean, I don't think it's going to have much longevity. I'm looking forward to it in the sense, because I do like the character and the art and the presentation. Like, there's aspects of that game that I think are quite appealing, so I want to see that game in its entirety, but I don't imagine that it's going to be particularly compelling from like a mechanical standpoint. The Brunenji, your idea of trying not to get in tough situations in beat-em-ups, is glorified in open bore Final Fight LNS. Isn't that game like the opposite of that? I don't know. I do, on that note, there's like a million open bore games that I want to check out. We played that, I think it was based on Vendetta. It was a game that, as most of them do, it just has a bunch of stuff from all these different games. But we played this open bore game a couple months ago, I think. And I think, as far as like quote-unquote good open bore games, yeah, it had the RoboCop mode, exactly. They're often, like, obviously people can put together whatever, and there's plenty of games out there, I'm sure, that are not good at all and not really worth your time. Like, I mean, that's not an indictment of anyone's effort. It's just that the way it is. It's a low barrier to entry, so anyone can make anything. But by volume, maybe not in terms of stuff that people actually complete, but in any case, talking about games that are sort of reasonably high effort, reasonably well regarded, in my opinion, from my experience at least, the vast majority of those things, they kind of value many different things than I do. They come from a very different design sensibility, in a lot of different ways. One of which is that they're often very maximalist. There's just like extra, more everything. There's this kind of feeling that, wouldn't it be cool if, and then, you know, kind of no limits to that, just put in whatever. And, you know, more everything, more levels, more characters, more moves, more combos, more like. And to me, I think it's so easy to dilute the core of what could be the appeal. And, you know, as a result, many of those games, from what I have seen and played, they do suffer a lot from pacing issues, which is one of my big, like, I don't even want to call it a pet peeve. It's like my big, what's a good word for it? It's just the windmill with which I have this ever evolving battle. It's just it's a big problem with a lot of those games, in my opinion. What's up, Retro? Greetings. And the thing is, like, I think conceptually, from a design philosophy or, you know, sensibility standpoint, I do feel like many of those games just are not on my wavelength. But I still find it really interesting to look at a lot of those games, because they often have like a tremendous amount of effort put into them, and there are aspects to them that are often very either high quality or at the very least demonstrating a kind of creativity and like richness of ideas, like that what can be a kind of lack of filter in terms of what to put in the game means that oftentimes you get this game where, like, all right, here's the Double Dragon game where you can play as Spawn and Full Gore from Killer Instinct and Shaquille O'Neal and the Ninja Turtles and Tom Hanks, whatever, and it's like, well, this is a bit stupid. But then a game like that will have like a very creative way to assemble certain sprites of a character to make them do a new move, and you kind of go, oh, that's pretty neat. Or they have just like this cool visual effect that something happens, or just this neat little moment that happens in a stage. And those kinds of things I find really inspiring, and those things are very cool to me. But as far as like combo heavy games and stuff like that, that I guess you could call a little bit more of a pet peeve. I don't think it's a flaw. I don't think it's an inherent like bad thing or anything, but it's a style of gameplay. It's a kind of school of design that I'm just a little bored with, because almost every beat 'em up, I feel like, in the last like 20 years has been leaning more in that direction. Back in the day, you know, Final Fight revolutionized the genre, and for a couple of years, beat 'em up was synonymous with Final Fight clone, more or less, you know. And the games that weren't Final Fight clones tended to really stand out. And I think many of those ran the risk of kind of being misunderstood, because there was an expectation in a lot of ways for the mechanics to function like Final Fight. And of course, you know, Capcom themselves sort of played around with that and iterated on the formula. And, you know, some of those earlier ones are like maintain a lot of, I mean, all of them maintain a lot of the Final Fight DNA, of course, but looking at, I mean, maybe the Punisher more than most, but I guess probably Tensho Kurao 2. I'm trying to think of others, but like, yeah, like those are maybe the closest to sticking with the kind of feel of Final Fight. But just the fact that, you know, and Punisher's the one that has like still the mostly large characters on screen. Tensho Kurao 2 and Captain Commando, and to a somewhat lesser degree, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs all have like smaller characters, more room, and in the case of Captain Commando and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, at least, I don't remember about Tensho Kurao, much more mobility. And it kind of, I mean, those are still cool games, obviously, but they change the dynamics of the kind of interactions and strategy and everything. And, you know, Battle Circuit, AVP, some of those other games, Our Gear, I just don't know very well to comment on, honestly, but it doesn't really appeal to me because the giant robot theme isn't... I don't really gel with games that don't have human characters, I guess. in any case, like, things trended towards more of a fast-paced, sort of... Fast-paced, I guess, isn't the word for it, because it's not like Final Fight slow. But, you know, this kind of higher intensity spectacle with more shit happening on screen. It's kind of the same with fighting games, right? You go back to a lot of these 90s fighting games, they're pretty dry, in a way, whereas by the end of the 90s, you got the, like, the MVCs and the Guilty Gears and stuff like that, and not every fighting game is like that today, but it's rare to have a game that isn't very, like, rush down heavy and intense with, like, all this shit happening all the time. And with beat-em-ups, I think there's a big, I don't know if issue is a fair word to use for it, but there is certainly a strong trend, if you look at, like, marketing materials, and if you look at sort of people's reactions in, like, social media and YouTube comments and whatever, that, like, whenever there's a trailer or footage of a beat-em-up game, cool combos and, like, big spectacle is, like, what sells people on these games, and it's kind of what people expect to see from these games. And I think for a lot of people, it's like how Killer Instinct came out and was like, whoa, holy shit, this is like the future of fighting games. Look at all this shit that can happen. Look at how rapidly these characters attack, and look at all these high number combos. I mean, I love Killer Instinct, don't get me wrong. I think it brought a very interesting set of kind of innovations and new ideas. And I think the combos in Killer Instincts are sick. But I don't think it's like the evolution of fighting games. I don't think long combos or cool, fancy combos make fighting games better. In fact, I mean, I think cool combos are cool, but I don't think long combos are cool. I think Virtua Fighter 5 has like the sickest combos of any fighting game, and they're about the shortest, but they're so impactful and cool. And like the floor bounce in VF5 is like the coolest thing you can do in a fighting game, pretty much. With the exception of Akuma's command grab in King of Fighters 13. That's the sickest shit in any fighting game. And that's the thing, like, those small things just being animated in a certain way can have such an impact and just feel so awesome that it, like, elevates everything. So, I think to meet a kind of audience expectation and demand, just like there are structural aspects and pacing aspects and things like that where there's become this kind of feedback loop where games do things a certain way, people expect it that way, and then they ask for it more of that way, and then more people make things that way. And I think you can see the trend in, like, pacing and length of these games being not as kind of tight as it used to be. And I think the emphasis on long combos and that kind of thing is also, like, there's an expectation, and I can see from the perspective of someone who wants to make a commercial product and find a market, I can see why, everything else being equal, why you might want to lean in the direction of, like, big fancy combos, because there are people who are going to ask for that, and it makes it a lot easier, I think, to cut a trailer that makes the game look exciting. But because of that, that has become kind of the dominant trend in how beat-em-ups feel and perform, which has made it kind of stale and boring to me. Like, I miss the drier Final Fight style game, and hardly anyone is making anything like that anymore. But do you know what I think of Fist of the North Star combos? I mean, they're pretty stupid, but it's not a game I would ever realistically put much effort. I mean, out of all Arc System Works games, it's maybe the one I've gotten the closest to actually wanting to learn and play. I never liked how any of their games feel. But I'm a big fan of Fist of the North Star, the comic. So when that game came out, I was, like, very excited and like, pretty hyped to play it. But then I wasn't able to really ever get into it. But you know, they're kind of absurd. I do wish that game got a sequel to, like, refine it, because it's such a fucked up game. I mean, I think it's like funny. Like, that game has like an endearing kind of legacy. But as a fan of the property, the roster is kind of disappointingly small. There's a couple of very glaring omissions in the roster, and it would have been really cool to see, like, even more of that stuff, even if the balance wasn't improved. Like, I would have liked to have seen that. And on a side note, like, Kenshiro in Fatal Fury is, like, super sick also. And that kind of reinvigorates that feeling of, like, man, I'd love seeing a whole game of this. That'd be fucking awesome. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't like anime fighting game combos, and Fist of the North Star is that kind of taken to the extreme. But I can appreciate the absurdity of it, and I like, you know, Rao's like dagger stab into crouching jabs, like that. That's just like there's so many little bits like that they're kind of implementing the lore in just this really fun and cool way. So I have a big amount of respect for that game, but you won't really catch me playing it, at least not seriously. What is up, Killick? Amiga Cami, greetings. Take most recent beat 'em ups I've played found super basic in terms of mechanics, render them bland and boring. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, Juno. Like, for sure, there are games that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, but I can enjoy watching. There's something about the look and feel and behavior of combos and sort of physics in Arc System Works games that make them not appealing to me from an aesthetic point of view, that makes them, like, not that enjoyable for me to watch. I do think Fist of the North Star is kind of like the absurdity of it make it transcend that. I don't like the way that moves or feels either, really. But there are other aspects of it that make it enjoyable to watch. Saw a rumor that the Master of the Universe beat 'em up is delayed because they're making a Neo Geo port. That's pretty fascinating, but I guess I could believe it. Bitmap Bureau, of course, have ported some of their games to a lot of different systems. They're working on the Neo Geo version of Final Vendetta, which I suppose is finally nearing release. So they would have, like, the technical chops. And I guess I could see limited run games being... It's plausible, you know? With a different publisher, maybe less so, but... that seems kind of weird, but at this point, it's not like trying to achieve some kind of release synergy with the movie is a big concern. So I don't think that game coming out in the fall or next spring makes, like, a huge difference for... Like, I don't think that's to the game's detriment in terms of marketability. Yeah, I mean, especially with the AES Plus supposedly coming out later this year, right? That's like potentially a whole new customer base for Neo Geo cartridges. Man, how wild would that be? The 2026-2027 Neo Geo cartridge release of an officially licensed Masters of the Universe beat 'em up. That's like a weird made-up sentence. It would not have been believable even like a couple of months ago. Man, 2026 is weird. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, just to kind of wrap things up about the whole, like, combo emphasis in beat 'em ups, and like, I'm sure Retro will get into it as we play some games today, but I think there's a fundamental illiteracy to arcade games and beat 'em ups in particular. Not uniquely, but it's the one area I sort of know something about. Where, I mean, you could say that there's definitely an illiteracy when it comes to something like shoot 'em ups among kind of the greater audience, but shoot 'em ups are also easier to understand. They're easier to kind of grasp the challenge and the kind of point of them and how to play them, and, like, watching high-level play of a shoot 'em up or like a rhythm game, it's very easy to look at that and say, wow, this is a high-level player. They're doing crazy things that I could not see myself doing. But if you watch high-level play of a beat 'em up, or you know, you could say kind of the same thing if you watch someone like 1cc, a fighting game or something. Because of what skilled play in those genres means, it's difficult to demonstrate, like it's difficult to make it inherently self-evident to an educated viewer what is skillful or what challenges are being overcome in the gameplay. If you watch a super play video of someone doing a beat 'em up, like you almost have to have some experience with the game to understand why it's impressive, because it looks easy. Like you make it look easy, whereas like high level play in a shoot 'em up, you still see a million bullets on screen, and you tend to, like, even if high level play in shoot 'em ups often involve being aggressive and like killing enemies before they shoot stuff and whatever, like you will immediately tell visually that this is confident play. Like someone playing this is like they know what they're doing. Or it's kind of a stretch of a comparison, but if you watch like Quake or Doom demos of like speedrun or challenge play or whatever, like the way they move, the way they do things, you just immediately can tell this is high. Like I could not do this. Whereas if you watch a beat 'em up, I think it's easier to fool yourself into thinking there's nothing special about this. Ryuakon S, greetings. And I think that has contributed, among many other things, to the perception that beat 'em up games don't have depth, or that they're brainless, or that they're simple. Like, that's one factor. One factor is the kind of general dismissiveness towards arcade game design as, like, they're just quarter munchers. They're just, games that are designed to shove you into a locker, beat you up, and steal your lunch money. They're not made to be fun. They're not made to be good games. They're just made to steal money out of your wallet. So people can often, I think, go in with this almost hostile attitude. Maki-san, konnichiwa. Greetings. So people just like have this perception. There's like this antagonistic relationship between the person and the game, being like, well, okay, I guess this game exists. Like, what do you want from me? And people are kind of predisposed, I think, in a lot of ways, to be dismissive and to be sort of, yeah, this game's stupid, and then they game over in 45 seconds. Oh, this, it's unfair. This sucks. Whatever. And there's just something about beat 'em ups in particular, I think, that, I mean, people will think that a shoot 'em up is a quarter muncher in a similar way, but I just think there's something about the purity and the kind of transparency of, or at least perceived transparency of what the gameplay and what the challenge is, and kind of maybe the fairness of it, that, like, you can play a shoot 'em up, do poorly, and think, how the fuck could I do better than this? Like, this is so difficult. But I think you at least understand. It's easier to make the connection of why you lost than in a beat 'em up, where in a lot of ways they're extremely similar, because a lot of beat 'em ups, like shoot 'em ups, are all about positioning, about spacing, and about not putting yourself in a bad, inescapable spot. And they're about corralling the enemies, using your own position to manipulate the position of the enemies, making sure that you are not in a position that's bad relative to their position. But I think the underlying mechanics of that are just far more subtle and kind of harder to parse on the surface in a beat 'em up game. Partially, I think, because of the aesthetics, the kind of thematic wrapper around it makes you kind of mentally think of it differently. I think, with shoot 'em ups, I think, are a lot easier to mentally abstract into, like, hitboxes. You see the game rules very clearly. Shoot 'em ups are not often, in my opinion, all that much about the fantasy or the kind of fiction of the world. The aesthetic wrapper, of course, adds appeal, but I feel like you don't play, like, whatever Strikers game because, like, oh man, I want to live the fantasy of being a fighter jet pilot. Like, I feel like you play Afterburner for that, or you play Ace Combat. But a shoot 'em up that happens to have fighter jet sprites on your hitbox, Like, well, maybe I think that looks a little cooler than a spaceship or an anime witch or whatever the fuck, right? Or I think, like most enthusiasts of the genre, they kind of don't give a fuck. It's like, I play the game with the mechanics that I like, and it doesn't really matter what the characters are. And I think it's just something interesting with that. I think you could probably say the same for like puzzle games. You know, you can find one puzzle game. When I say puzzle game, I mean more specifically like arcade puzzlers, so like Tetris, you know, well, piece dropping games. You can find a game more appealing than another because of its theming, because of its aesthetics, but ultimately, like, I don't think anyone would recommend a good version of Tetris over a bad version of Tetris based on aesthetics. It's going to be based on how it feels, or the game rules, or, you know, how the game controls, etc. But with beat 'em ups, I think it's on the other side of that kind of border, where the aesthetics are far more part of the experience, and the kind of fantasy of what you're trying to do in the game has a bigger role. And I think that, not that specifically, but like it comes as a package deal. That, like, because the aesthetics are a bigger part of the experience, the specifics of the aesthetics means that or again, it's not as, it's a little chicken and the egg kind of situation, I guess, but like the mechanics and the rules of the game are a little bit more obfuscated. They aren't as kind of exposed as they would be in something like a shoot 'em up. And I think that lends itself to a lower degree of literacy, you know, because it isn't as, you can look at a shoot 'em up, you can look at a Tetris or whatever, and instantly achieve a base level of literacy because it is so self-explanatory. And with beat 'em up being kind of on the other side of that hump, it has that challenge going for it of like convincing people what the challenge is and what the depth is, because I think, and we talked about this last time too, like I think part of the reason why so many modern beat 'em ups insist on having like 8 buttons, you've got like 3 attack buttons, a jump, a dash, a block, a dodge, you know, moving with the analog stick and using your D-pad to use inventory items, whatever else. Like, there's this idea that, first of all, that complexity equals depth, which I don't think is true at all. But also that, like, a breadth of abilities and options equals depth. And I think that's also not true. I think Final Fight is mechanically very, very simple, but it's not boring and it's not dull, because the interactions of a number of relatively simple systems create this exponential complexity and depth. And the depth comes from understanding the tiny nuances of that, you know, those interactions of mechanics, such that you can learn to overcome the challenge and understand how to approach fights. And again, that knowledge and that skill expression is very difficult to communicate visually to someone who does. I mean, it's the same thing with any sport, probably, and like fighting games, which is something I know a little bit better, where, you know, if I watch a game of American football, I can probably read the room in terms of like audience reactions. I can probably see, you know, understand the momentum shifts of like possession changing and where they are on the field and whatever. Like, I can grasp some parts of it, but in terms of strategy, in terms of different plays, like 90% of it's going to go completely over my head because I don't know the game. And I mean, that's true for most things. That's nothing unusual, of course. But I think that's why, relative to other popular, if you can call it that, arcade genres, beat 'em ups struggle a little bit. And by comparison, fancy combos, a huge vocabulary of actions that you can perform, a large selection of characters, 52 stages, like volume of stuff, is a lot easier to interpret and understand as like a layman, right? You look at that and go, wow, that's a lot. That's impressive. That's cool. And I think some people kind of, it's uncharitable to say they delude themselves, but they don't know better than to associate those kinds of things with quote-unquote depth. So I think conflating, like imagining a scale that has simplicity on one side and depth on the other is just a complete misunderstanding of how both of these things work and what they mean. But I think a lot of people see things that way because they don't... Like, that's a reasonable conclusion to arrive at if you do not have an understanding of the underlying mechanics. So I'm not, like, faulting anyone for feeling that way, but I think it's... again, like, you end up with this sort of feedback loop of... a generation of developers making games having been sort of fed this impression and this viewpoint and having to market a game largely to an audience that has that same viewpoint. So you get these games that are almost like increasingly diluted in terms of gameplay, like density and like these broadly what I like to call arcade sensibilities. I feel like people have been talking about this quite a bit lately. I mean, I've been basically giving versions of this same rant for a couple of years. I think my views on it have certainly been refined, falsified, perhaps. But this is exactly why I want to learn more about these games, because I feel like I want to improve my understanding and with that, my appreciation. I've always thought these games were sick, but to me, like, the joy of walking right and punching dudes was, like, self-explanatorily awesome, you know, 30 years ago. 35, whatever. And I haven't needed convincing since then that these games are awesome. But I guess, you know, if I came up into these games nowadays, it might be a different story, because so many more of them are lacking in that immediate satisfaction of good feeling punching. And, you know, you have these drawn out narrative conceits, you have, you know, sluggishly paced campaign elements and whatever else that, like, to me, dilute or kind of go against the core appeal of these types of games. Obviously, it's subjective. People are attracted to different things, different parts, but I feel the more time I spend with these types of games, the more time I spend immersing myself in learning about them, watching experts play, you know, watching discourse, both in sort of, let's call it high-level arcade player circles, as well as like general public, you know, Reddit threads, Twitter, whatever. I feel like I'm getting like radicalized. and like I feel like it's more important than ever. Like this broad kind of illiteracy and what it does to the genre is like bothersome to me, because I think that there's like so much potential and it's being kind of held back by it's not like an outside force, so to speak, of like these like fucking Muggles or whatever who don't understand the beauty of it, who, you know, are idiots and they need to be convinced, or like I don't see it as an antagonistic relationship or anything like that, but it's like I think there's a lot of education that could improve things, hypothetically. There's a lot of learning and teaching to be done, and I think that goes on the other side, which is like the more sort of insular world of beat 'em up enjoyers who, and I know that this is something that has been like talked about in some circles lately too, and I completely agree, which is that like a huge problem and part of this like illiteracy issue is that there are no texts. I think part of why shoot 'em ups have kind of done well, relatively speaking, and sort of survived as its own niche, it's down to a lot of different factors, and I think this kind of inherent transparency of how those games work and the abstraction of what the game is has helped with that. But, you know, and another factor might be that like shoot 'em ups were relegated to its own niche earlier than beat 'em ups, and in a certain time where like the conditions for that kind of subculture, if you want to call it that, to kind of blossom and become a thing, were, you know, more conducive to that. And they had I say, but like the shoot 'em up community kind of had better maybe conditions to kind of grow into something stronger and healthier. But either way, I think there's been a dearth, at the very least in the English-speaking world. I know that there's certainly plenty of Japanese like strategy wikis and things like that. Obviously, the Japanese arcade culture and then like Gamest magazine and whatever, like things were very different there. And I can't really speak for what the kind of community, if you can call it that, in Japan or China or anywhere else is like. But as far as like the English-speaking world, there's no, as far as I'm aware, equivalent to like the Shmups forum as like a central hub for knowledge sharing and for, you know, enthusiastic discussion, whatever. And there's like relatively, it's far more difficult, and you have to kind of really already be in the know to have an understanding. I mean, even someone like me, I feel like if I want to learn one of these beat 'em ups, where do I go? I feel like my first, like I could go onto game FAQs just to see if something's, like I don't expect to find anything, but like I can look up and see, all right, what resources are there? But otherwise I'm like, well, if I want to learn game X, I'm gonna go to like the 5 people I know who are into beat 'em ups and ask them, hey, how do I play this game? Where can I find a guide? How, like, you know, you have to really be on the inside to even begin that. I mean, you kind of have to be on the inside to know to ask those questions, but also to have someone to ask them to. I mean, I guess I don't know how easy or difficult it is to just Google. I mean, setting aside the fact that Google's fucked nowadays, but like, maybe there are guides out there that you can find, but it feels broadly like there isn't as firmly established of a scene or a community or a like central gathering spot or like anything like that. It feels very splintered and very kind of unorganized. Not to mention, like, as far as, and this is something I have tried to look for, you know, excuse me, just like a general primer on beat 'em up gameplay mechanics and rules. Like, you can find a lot of resources on YouTube and maybe elsewhere for like how do you play shoot 'em ups? How do shoot 'em ups work? What are the like core tenets of shoot 'em up scoring systems and things like that? But I think if you look for resources on like what makes a good beat 'em up, or sort of like what separates a quality beat 'em up from a bad game, or sort of, you know, what does it entail? What's the genre about? How does it function? Anything like that, I think you're more likely to find videos that are like, man, Yuzo Koshiro's soundtracks are so good, man. And that's like the depth of discussion there. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm enough of an authority to like create those texts. I don't know to what degree that's imposter syndrome, but that's how I feel. Part of that is like, dude, I can't barely even 1cc any of these games. Like, what do I know? I'm a scrub. I can't be like teaching people. So part of it is like, I want to learn to get better at these. Like, I want to develop my position of authority in a sense, but not to boss over other people, but just to feel like I have, for my own sake, like I want to learn more, because I feel convinced that the better I can play these games, the better I can understand them, and thusly the better I can appreciate and enjoy them. What's up, Mighty Cat? Bad sign, and we're an hour into the stream and I feel like I'm already starting to lose my voice. Maybe I need to just lower my enthusiasm a little bit. Yeah, I need to properly. Coffee is probably not the best way to hydrate. There we go. Oh, I'm just gonna process that. All right. What's up, Jurg? Good animation, fucking blood and guts in the Commodore 64. Classic. And now I kind of want to rant about the lack of exciting track and field likes and quality, like multi-event sporting competition games, which is like on paper conceptually one of my favorite video game genres, and like actually good games in that genre and like be counted on one hand. Thank you, greetings. Anyway, so as part of this whole journey, before I get to that, I was just trying to think, like, did I actually properly wrap up my train of thought about like the prevalence of combo beat 'em ups? I don't know. I think I got my point across. Like, I think there's a lot of games that put all this spectacle in the game because there's a perception that if you don't have that stuff, then your game is dull and boring. Whereas I contend that big combos and fancy stuff do not prevent your game from being dull and boring if they are boringly paced, if there is no interesting decision making to be done, if you're playing these games where you have infinite combo potential and the levels are populated with these training dummies who barely fight back, and it's all about like player expression. Like, that's something that a lot of games kind of put a premium on that I don't care that much about. Or at least I don't think that's, you know, like a Devil May Cry or something. I haven't played those games a lot, but you know, I've enjoyed what I've played. I really like the Bayonetta games. Like, those are games that have a lot of, like, people make these combo videos and stuff, and like you can do a bunch of cool shit in those games, and that's fine. I don't mind that, but it's not something I as a player feel compelled to sink my teeth into. Like, I'm not going to spend 100 hours to learn how to make a cool combo video for those games. Just like I'm not interested in learning to do combo video combos in Cosmic Invasion either. Like, I want to navigate a challenge gauntlet of like strategic positioning and timing and decision making, and I don't think that's what that game offered. And I think that there's not a lot of games that offer that, or at least not emphasizing it on a core level. And I think that's equally true, more or less at least, equivalently true, for commercial games as well as like open bore stuff. And I think like open bore games have much longer, like, you know, that's kind of born out of the sort of doujin scene and Mugen stuff and everything. So like it's natural. Like, I was into Mugen in like the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was exciting because you could do all kinds of cool shit. And a driving force for a lot of creators in that space was like, here's something I've never seen in a fighting game, or here's something from a fighting game, but what if we dial it up even further? You know, it was dialed up to a 7 or 8, but let's start by dialing it up to 11, and then we're dialing it up to 45 from there. And I think that was like a really exciting and interesting space in terms of like exploring the boundaries of how much spectacle and insanity you can and want to put in a fighting game. And I think a lot of that experimental curiosity bled over into the open bore scene for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like the number of like good fighting games made in Mugen is you know, probably fewer than good multi-event sporting competition games. Like, it barely does, you know, hardly exist, at least back then. Now it's maybe a little bit of a different story, if, you know, if we count Ikemen and Mugen as the same thing. Like, even making an actual game was barely heard of. Like, people just made Mugen characters. And obviously, in that kind of context, balance, like, it's not even it cannot even begin to be a consideration. But it kind of didn't matter. Like, the absurdity of it was part of the appeal. But I feel like, again, that sort of experimental approach to, like, exploring the boundaries of what can be done within this type of game, or like, wouldn't it be cool if you could do blah 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 blah, like, wouldn't it be cool if Cody in Final Fight could uppercut a dude into the air and then jump after them and do a 5-hit combo and then do an Izuna drop, and then Hager grabs them and does a pile driver. Like, yes, I guess that kind of would be cool. When I watch these trailers for, like, Final Fight LNS, or these, like, Ultimate Double Dragon, TMNT, whatever games, I don't look at those trailers and scoff because what I think is on display isn't cool. I think it is cool. However, the coolness on display in those trailers has, like, almost no overlap to the elements of an arcade beat-em-up that I find compelling, that I find appealing. And in a lot of ways, they are counter to them, because in order to have a game where you can do this 4-6 hit combo, you gotta have a dude that you can actually punch 4-6 times before he's out of the picture. Whereas in a game like Final Fight, like, sure, and there's examples of this, certainly among console beat-em-ups, primarily, you have beat-em-ups that don't have much more going on mechanically than Final Fight, but you still have to punch dudes like 45 times before they go down, and it just makes it a slog. So by introducing these lengthy combos and all this fancy shit you can do, I think you run the risk of immediately kind of doing two things to the combat mechanics. One is the pacing can easily suffer, because to justify having those kinds of mechanics, enemies just need to be a lot spongier to be able to take that punishment. And the other thing is, like, having so many options offensively means that you are more likely to just be able to fully overwhelm the enemies who just, like, cannot really fight back. And I think you see that in a lot of beat-em-ups too, where you, like, it's not even necessarily having an answer to every situation. A lot of the times it's like you can mount your offense in 12 different ways. You can pick any one of these 6 ways. It doesn't really matter, because you don't have to apply a specific strategy to specific enemies. You just do your thing. And both of those things, I think, while I can see the appeal and they can be fun in isolation, I think they prevent, or they sort of curb the ability for a game to put forth the kind of challenge that I actually find interesting about these games. Have I played the 3D Ninja Gaiden games? I have. I'm certainly not an expert in them. I'm unsure if I've actually completed any of them. But I sure have bought a bunch of them. I like them, and I think, like, I've grown to appreciate them more, not even really from playing them, but from hearing people who know these games better kind of express what makes them special. I mean, the same goes for arcade beat-em-ups in a way, where I have more respect and appreciation than I have experience or certainly skill in them. A lot of my appreciation for a lot of these things, I mean, same with fighting games, really, like, come from a kind of theoretical understanding of the mechanics and an appreciation of watching skilled players play, more so than my own ability to perform skilled play. But yeah, like, Ninja Gaiden, as I understand it, has a lot of emphasis on, like, frame data. Like, it has the kind of, I guess, to put it in a simpler way, a lot of those other, like, stylish action games give you a lot of ways to kind of reset the situation. You have, like, invincible parries and dodges and things like that. You can cancel into things, like, things aren't very committal. And as a result, it's very rare for games like that to put the player into kind of a checkmate situation. We talked a bit about this yesterday too, where like games are afraid to put players in that kind of situation because players have been kind of conditioned to consider being put in a checkmate situation as like a flaw or a fault of the design. A checkmate situation doesn't have to mean like you are guaranteed to like die in game over and lose the game, but like a situation where at least on a micro level you cannot win. Like once you are in this situation, you have already lost whatever, you know, situation or struggle you were in. And beat 'em ups, good ones, I think, are designed around that. Where, and again, this is why, or part of at least why skilled play can be hard to distinguish from low level play, because as an observer, if you don't know the game well, you won't be able to recognize a checkmate situation. I mean, you probably won't recognize it even as it happens or after it happens. But you certainly won't recognize when a checkmate situation is about to happen and the player did something, like they demonstrated skill by recognizing that the checkmate situation was potentially about to happen, so they chose to position themselves a certain way or to prioritize a certain enemy or, you know, make a decision to avoid the checkmate, and to avoid, you know, taking damage or losing ground or whatever. But because those interactions are subtle, and because what the player is doing is essentially preventing something from happening, it's a lot harder to observe and say, ah, okay, this is what happened. Whereas if you watch someone play a game like, you know, Fight, for example, and you see them play and you try to play it yourself, you're very quickly going to realize, like, oh shit, why am I getting beat up so badly? It looked pretty easy. And I think Ninja Gaiden, to my understanding anyway, has a lot more of that philosophy, a lot more of that sort of design sensibility to its combat design than most other like 3D melee action games. That's my understanding, at least. And I mean, that's the other thing, I guess you can say, that like there's a lot of conventions of 3D melee action games that are kind of bleeding into 2D beat 'em ups with things like invincible dodging and parrying and like all these defensive mechanics and like these get out of jail free cards where people feel like it's unfair. Like I remember seeing, I don't know if it was a ton of people. I mainly remember there was one person who was extremely loud about it. Where like when Streets of Rage 4 was coming out, and maybe it had come out, I don't remember, probably both, but there was this kind of prevalence of comments to the effect of, oh, the game seems cool, but like, oh, man, I really wish you could just block. Why is there no block button? There needs to be a block. This game would be much better if you could block. You should have a parry. Like, oh, it sucks that you can't parry in this game. And I remember just being so baffled, because like, I get it that like people have been kind of conditioned to feel like parrying is like the sickest shit you can do. I mean, you execute a parry in a lot of games that have those mechanics, like it usually feels good. A good, you know, well-designed parry does feel good to execute. But a parry to me, like, I don't like blocking in beat 'em ups, period. I don't like parrying in beat 'em ups. I don't like an over-reliance on defensive mechanics in general. But I don't like having things that are kind of designed to be used as a reaction. Because I think the core of like good beat-em-up combat is encouraging the player to be proactive. Like that's, again, like avoiding checkmates is being proactive. You cannot just react. I'm sure I'm not a skilled shoot-'em-up player, but my understanding with a lot of shoot-'em-ups is kind of the same way, where if you just play reactively, if you just hang back and play defensively, you stay at the bottom of the screen and you know, you just see things and then shoot them, you're gonna really struggle because you know, you need to be more aggressive than that. But as a beginner, like, it's a kind of a heuristic, right? Where, like, if I try to be aggressive without knowing the enemy layouts or anything, I'm just gonna fly into shit and die. So of course, the winning strategy as a beginner is to fall back, to observe, be defensive and reactive. But at a certain point, you will start to recognize and memorize what you're reacting to, and you can build up that ability to be more confident in proactively, you know, stopping things before they happen. And as a result, you will have more room to maneuver, and, you know, you can do better at the game. But it's, you know, it's a learning experience. You have to learn enemy patterns and things like that. And I think by having a block button or a parry button, or to a degree like invincible dodges and whatever, like, you're kind of encouraging, like, Takeover 2 is like the most extreme example of this, where you have this parry that, like, eats attacks from both directions. You can parry, I guess, just about anything. You get like an invincible counter attack from parrying, and you get health back. Like, there's like 45 good things about the parry and like almost no downsides. So, like, it's kind of a winning strategy to take out a crowd of enemies, wait until there's one guy left, and then just farm parries for like 5 minutes as you regain your health bar. It's like a really stupid form of degenerate play, because that's not fun either, but the game's mechanics encourage that way of playing. Or like in Double Dragon Gaiden, where the ability to generate turkeys from multi-killing enemies, and then the ability to backtrack through most of the level to go pick up your turkeys from 15 minutes ago to refill your health for the next encounter. Like, it's the game mechanics encouraging a kind of stupid way of playing. And I think having, even if the parry isn't as stupid as it is in Takeover 2, the mere existence of those kinds of mechanics, in my mind, create a incentive to play in a way that's kind of counter to how these games play when they're the most exciting. Especially if you create the situation where you can just sort of cancel into stuff. Like, making everything look super duper committal can feel bad. It's a balance to strike, of course, but if nothing is ever committal, you can just cancel anything into anything. In my mind, in my experience, like, that tends to create a situation where the barrier to, like, turning off your brain and just not caring about anything gets lowered, and that's kind of the opposite of what you want. I think that also can happen when you have, like, long combos and stuff. Like, even if they're executionally demanding, it's a different type of brain power that's required, and it almost creates downtime where you're doing your combo video while not having to care about the game. In any way, whatever. That's that. So there's a lot of reasons why there's a lot of these kind of trends converging in a lot of these modern beat-em-ups, combined with, like, a very basic
a box.
How do I phrase it? Lack of experience or understanding of like arcade beat 'em up design on the part of people making them. So there's a rare small handful of games that, like, feel good and feel right. Like, Final Vendetta is a game that has flaws for sure, but I like it a lot because it's one of rare modern beat 'em ups that feels arcadey, and I hope we get more of those. Yeah, I've played Devil May Cry 5 a grand total of, I don't know, a few hours maybe. I bought it when it came out, played a little bit of it, and just kind of fell off of it. I think... I don't remember exactly, but timing-wise, if I think about it, I could see that probably... I probably got that game during a time when my sleep apnea was not being treated, so I was basically incapable of being I was incapable of sleeping, which means I was incapable of being properly awake, which made it very difficult to play games that require any kind of mental awareness. So I think, because I remember playing Monster Hunter World, and I couldn't make it through the tutorial without like falling asleep, and that has nothing to do with the game. It was just I literally wasn't sleeping properly at the time, so I just couldn't find the focus required to actually play it. I think that might have been... DMC5 might have been a victim of that as well. But yeah, like, I think... I can't, like, really comment on that, nor was I ever following any kind of discourse around it. But I will say that I do think a big problem that beat-em-ups face, and again, this is, you know, arguably kind of related or relative to the shoot-em-up example, where the fundamental rules of the game are not clear to the player. They're not explained, and if you don't understand, you know, you don't know the rules, you're very handicapped, not in just your ability to perform well, but even in your ability to experience the game properly. You know, I liked Final Fight for I don't know how many years before I learned about the combo throw. I didn't know that that was a thing because I'd never seen it like described or explained. Obviously not in the game. I don't know that I had ever like read a manual or a home version, but I don't know if that would have like explained that move. Where if you're unfamiliar, if you hold up or down when you do your combo ender, instead of knocking the enemy down, you'll grab them and throw them behind you, which is like an extremely key. Basically, when you're playing Final Fight, your number one move is punching and like doing combos, and not even number two, number 1A is doing the combo throw to throw people behind you, so that you can like control where people are on screen, so you can pile them up and, you know, do crowd control. Like, it's such a mega core part of playing the game that it's like now it's like inconceivable to play that game without having access or knowledge of that move. I would reckon like probably a vast majority of people who ever played Final Fight don't know that that's a thing, or didn't know that that's a thing when they played it. And that's a pretty, like, as far as the subtleties of the mechanics and nuances of strategy in that game, you know, the Final Fight iceberg, if you will, like the combo throw is like, it's above the surface, dude. Like, it's not even like an advanced thing, but even that is something that's like, what have you got there? Obscured. So that's definitely something that I like would want to see improved. I didn't spend much time with it, but I thought it was really cool that Double Dragon Gaiden has a lot of these sort of tips, and like there's a bunch of stuff in the game that explains how things work, describing enemy patterns and things like that, which I think is great. It's not maybe presented in the most exciting or compelling way. It's very easy for people to overlook and ignore. I think that's a problem that has yet to be really solved, but I think those kinds of efforts are important, because I think ideally, what I want to believe anyway, is that good quality beat-em-ups that have all these like arcade sensibilities and find an audience that will appreciate them, if that potential audience is just to some degree educated. I think the first step before educating them is to just getting them on the hook, exciting them. But I think that should, like, assuming you can get them through the door to actually play the game, I think exciting them should be the simple part. Like, that's the part that, if you just do things the way they were done 30, 35 years ago, that's it. You're good. Because I think so many other modern games, like, they're lacking that instant hook, that instant gratification, that instant excitement, because they're so, like, just slow and sluggish and weird. And I'm not talking about, like, movement speed or whatever, but just, like, the friction of booting the game up and punching dudes. Like, there's way too long of a stretch with like menus and tutorials and intros and dialogue and shit like that. Like that instantaneous, the word, like the immediacy of the gameplay experience just starting. There's no fluff, there's just dense gameplay. Like that to me is a huge part of making a game like this really instantly exciting. And I think if you can do that, I think you can get people who maybe aren't familiar with arcade games still reaching the point of like, ooh, punching dudes feels pretty good. Like, that's pretty fun. I want to do more of this. I think we can see examples of that in other things that are like vaguely arcade adjacent, whether it's like roguelite action games or you know, other types of competitive action games, whether it's like Devil Daggers or what's the name of it, the first person shooter racing thing with like the anime heaven theme. Some of you will know the game I'm talking about. Like games like that. Neon White, yes, thank you. You know, those games in a lot. I mean, Neon White has like 45 hours of anime yapping. But once you're playing the game, like it's not that long of a, you know, runway before you get to the part that makes you go, ooh, okay, I see what's fun about this. And I think you have a lot of beat 'em ups that like ramp things up far too slowly, and like you don't get to the exciting part. So like the point is that I don't think the solution is to like, oh, let's just give players a glossary, an encyclopedia, like you know, a college course and a curriculum before we let them play. No, like get people through the door, let them have fun, make the players ask questions and then provide answers, something like that. Again, I don't think it's a solved, like there isn't a solution to say like do this and you know, people will get it, and you know, it's complicated. But the thing is, I feel like not many games have made too much of an earnest attempt at this stuff, which is why I think I'm so compelled by the idea of trying to solve that, or trying to see what can be done. I've been ranting here for a good hour and change. I want to play some video games.
What have you got there? A box?
But you guys want me to review some boxes first, so we're going to do that. Let me just prepare here. These images ready, and we will do just that. For a moment. Let's hop on over here. And let's take a look at Black Mediator's Archshade. With which I have approximately 0 familiarity. Apparently, according to this artbook scan, a first-person shooter game. I don't recognize either of the company logos on this thing. But it sure looks like it could be an Asian computer game of some sort. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's got some, like, I like the overall vibe of it. Like, it has, there was a date, I think 2002, that feels about right. It's of its era. I think there are parts of it that I really like. I think the overall composition, like the graphical elements with the text and everything, it definitely has a I'm thinking of a lot of sort of turn of the century shoot 'em ups and stuff like that with a similar aesthetic, with a lot of text elements and a lot of sort of futuristic, I guess, for lack of a better term, vibes. I am curious. I missed who requested this. I'm curious if you know Electro, who did this artwork, because it looks kind of familiar, but I'm unsure if it's just like a knockoff or if it is an artist I know. I think it's, I don't know. Generally, I'm positive towards it. I like it. I think there are some elements, like I think the lady there in the center, like there's something about her face and like posture that looks a little bit funny. I don't know. Same thing with the guy on the right. There's, I don't know, it's probably just the way it's sort of cropped and her covering him up that makes his face, like the proportions of his face looks kind of strange. It looks like he's got a really big face relative to the size of his head. I was going to say relative to the size of his body. I guess we can't really make out the size of his body, but I don't know. There's something about it that's just like a little bit visually confusing. Art by Opon. Curious if this is someone... I'm not following them, at least. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen their work, but I don't think... I think it's more that, like, at least at the time, like, it's part of the, like, the Korean illustrator army, who are all kind of... Like, they're bits of Hiro Nishimura, there's bits of... his name? Kim Hyung-tae. There's, like... I can see why this would be visually familiar, even if I don't know this particular illustrator. The character design, what we can see of it anyway, I think is pretty cool, but doesn't really blow me away. There's something about this that feels a little run-of-the-mill, I guess. I don't know, it's hard to put my finger on it. Like, I have a general... You know, I don't have a negative sentiment towards it, but there's just something about it that feels... I'm not sure if derivative is the right word. Maybe to a degree. But I just don't feel super, like, inspired by it. Like, it's fine, but it doesn't resonate with me emotionally, I guess. I don't know. So, like, it's pretty cool. I like it. It's fine. I'm curious. Like, yeah, I don't know what the game is. I'd be curious to see, like, the art and character design is like cool enough that I would want to see more of it. It certainly passes like the back of the box tests, you know, of like wanting to see. Like, I could see if this art and character design is representative of the visual experience of playing the game, I would want to see more of it to determine if I'm interested in it. But it doesn't resonate on a super deep level. But it's pretty cool. So I think as such, I'm gonna land it at 4 stars. It's a you know, it's not a 3. It's higher than that. It's cool. But it's not gonna really stick with me. Undone. Oh yeah, that's right. I think it said in the thing that it's an arcade game. Hang on. Oh, but sorry about that. I'm just gonna save that for later. Oh yeah, interesting. Thank you for educating me. I'm curious about this for sure. But with that, move on to the next request, which is Metal Fist, aka the Japanese release of Fighting Force. With the core design and EA logo. EA published that in the West? I don't remember. I don't think so. Was it? Eidos? I guess that would make sense. Who cares? Doesn't matter. I've been kind of wanting to pick this up at some point. I played this game when it first came out, thought it was cool, but didn't, you know, really stick with me. I remember revisiting it at some point and being kind of it's kind of the journey I'm going through now with some games, like revisiting beat 'em ups that I've played. And like since the last time I played them, I've like developed my my understanding and my sensibilities to the point where I see them in a sort of different light. And to some degree, it's like I've been recalibrated by playing shitty modern beat 'em ups on Steam, that I play a fairly mediocre arcade game. I'm like, holy shit, this feels so good. But in some cases, it's like recognizing why I like or dislike elements of games I'd played back then. And yeah, it's been at this point a long time since I saw or played this game, but I do remember watching. I'm pretty sure I saw McCall45 play this at some point. I think I might have seen someone else stream this. And my memory of it had been, not necessarily from playing it back in the day, but like having played it, thought it was cool. Never finished it, didn't think too much of it, but thought it, general sort of neutral to good, positive, like affections towards it. Revisiting it on emulators some years later and going like, man, this game's a fucking slog. It's tedious. Like everything is slow. It doesn't feel snappy. Blah 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 blah. And then going from that like much more negative impression, to watching someone play through it, who like finishes it in one sitting, like applying actual strategies and going like, all right, I can actually far more appreciate. Like I think. There are elements like the grappling is slow and clunky. I think the pacing of the levels, like obviously it's not arcade paced at all. From an aesthetic point of view, I've always hated in this game that enemy names are just this kind of generic pool of names that just gets picked from. So like, some enemy names are like recurring, but you'll fight 8 of the same enemy type and they all just have different random names. Like, there's no sense of character to the enemies you're fighting. Among many other sort of aesthetic things that I just found a little eh. But I remember finding a totally different appreciation for the game. Even if I didn't necessarily change my views on the things that I dislike about how it's designed, I maybe found more things to appreciate about it. But like I said, even that was so long ago enough that I couldn't give you any specifics. So I've been kind of wanting to revisit it. But I've wanted to get this for my collection because it hits a couple of points of things I'm interested in. It's a beat 'em up. It's a localized Japanese release of a Western developed game, which I always find intriguing. I actually don't really know anything about the localization, but the thing is, as I recall, the English version already doesn't really have any story. There's like a screen of text at the beginning and end maybe, and that's about it. Japanese version got this artwork, which I think is pretty cool. I would be curious to see if the manual has more illustrations. Like, it definitely looks like these are kind of cropped full body illustrations. I don't know that that's a fact, but it looks like it could be. I think the player character designs are pretty decent. I don't really remember any other character design from the game. But I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, I've seen this on Sudogai a million times. I don't know if it's like really expensive, but if it's been in stock, I'm sure it was just a little more expensive than I would be willing to pay for something that I don't think I really like that much, but one of these years, maybe. Anyway, as far as the cover goes, I think it's alright. I think it's certainly more appealing than, your average 1996-ish CG character collages, which I guess is what the original cover was. I don't remember it offhand, but I'm pretty sure this game never had any actual painted or drawn, like, illustrations in its, like, promotional materials in the West. Like, it's kind of generic, but the art style is pretty decent. it's kind of, I don't know, in a different way makes the game looks more generic. But it's, well, I guess it's not more generic. It's maybe equivalent degree of generic from the original, but in a more appealing style. I think it's an okay approach for a beat 'em up cover in general. You get this kind of fighting game style sort of group like composition with the main heroes, which is, you know, I don't think that there's as much of a established, like Street Fighter 2, the Japanese box or poster, I guess originally kind of set the template for fighting game cover art for a long time, where a fighting game cover art should be a cool, like, movie poster style composition that shows all this, like, the cool cast of characters. And this is kind of in that school, which I appreciate. It works well enough. I'm not a huge fan, like, the composition itself is kind of whatever. The way the logo covers up a little bit too much, maybe, of one of the main characters. It's a little strange. The backdrop feeling very generic. It piques my interest in looking at it. If I didn't know this was Fighting Force, I go, whoa, what's this? Because it has, like, it's called Metal Fist. You know, that alone makes you curious to learn what it is. And it's got, like, a group of action guys in front of a city skyline. Those are, like, the aesthetics of something that is probably going to be up my alley. But I really don't think it's anything special. I think it gets pretty far on, like, the novelty of the knowledge of what it is. Like, it's a Japanese localization of a Western game that replaces the CG with, like, new drawn artwork. That element, that concept, that fact is something that really appeals to me. But specifically how much beyond that is something that I really like, I don't know. I think ultimately it's fine. I don't have a lot of complaints, but it's not super exciting. I'm torn, but I do think the art style and the theme and everything, there's enough here to just barely eke it past 3 stars and into the low 4s. It's maybe the weakest 4 I've ever handed out, but it doesn't feel quite right to put it in the 3s with, like, the mountain of just, like, adequate mediocrity. I think it rises above that, however narrowly. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. All right. That's Metal Fist. Next, Mr. Bones. I do own this game. I own the Japanese version. I'm a big fan of this cover art. I don't know that I'm a big fan of the game. I'm a big fan of this game in some ways. It's a it's a charming game. I understand that the Japanese version has been, like, rebalanced and is apparently pretty different from the US release. It's, like, made a little bit more humane. That's a good thing. I never finished this game, but it's, like, pretty fucked. But it's cool. Like, the original box is, I think it's, like, just a close-up of his head on a black background or something. And this is, like, much more psychedelic and, I don't know, groovy. Which I like. It's charming. I think you look at this and you go, well, this is... what the heck's this? This is weird. And even though this visual style is not really replicated in the game itself, I think that this cover better communicates the esoteric nature of this game than the original one does. Yeah, this is a 2-disc game. Because this game has quite a lot of FMV. And it's like a, if you haven't played it, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a multi-genre blues skeleton action adventure. There's like platforming levels, there's like rhythm action levels, there's like weird auto scroller levels. I'm not even sure. You could, on some level, you could maybe relate it to something like Earthworm Jim in terms of it's like, okay, we're doing this now. Wow, that came out of nowhere. That's pretty wacky, but it's not tonally, like the vibes are very different. The vibes, I think, are maybe, I don't know if it's like the CG skeleton of it, but my brain just went to Total Distortion. But it's got some of that, like, what's the word, like irreverence of some of these like PC FMV adventure games. I feel like this game, I'm pretty sure it only ever came out on the Saturn, but it feels like it would be more at home on PC. The fact that this is like a console game makes it just a little bit stranger, but I guess somehow that's appropriate. But yeah, it's got like some like super accomplished blues guitarists like doing stuff for the game, and there's like this narration, and there's like, there's like poetry and stuff, and I don't know, like it's a game made by people who had a very clear idea of shit that they liked, that they wanted to put in a game, completely irrespective of any like conventional ideas of what video games thematically should be about, which I think is very cool for a game. And I think that's why I feel like it would be more at home on PC, because they're like, PC games were typically more, not typically more experimental, but there were like less strict boundaries for what you would expect a thing to be. Although as far as console games go, like with the advent of CD-ROM, a lot of that kind of experimental, like what the heck can we do with all this space, like what do we do with these consoles that are more optimized for storage space than memory access or whatever, like that certainly bled over into consoles as well. But anyway, I find this a charming game. I like this cover. I mean, I bought this game not really knowing what it was when I came across it in Japan. It's like, this looks fucking neat. You know, very easily clears the back of the box test, because you look at this and you go, okay, Mr. Bones, an amazing logo, we got a CG skeleton with an electric guitar. What the heck is this? Like, and I think maybe it's the form factor that makes me think this way, but it's like, to me, this isn't necessarily like poster material, but damn if this isn't a vinyl album cover. Like, just how, like, that is exactly what this is, which I'm sure was also what they were thinking, like designing it, I would imagine. And for that, like, it's hard to imagine something more perfect than this. Like, it's just so fun and goofy and just novel and neat. As far as my personal sensibilities and taste, like, I think this is an interesting and like evocative cover in a way that like Metal Fist wasn't. But it doesn't necessarily, like, Metal Fist coasts on the theming being stuff I'm into. This much less so, but the execution of it is so confident and so like unapologetic that quality shines through in a way that I really appreciate. And I think I'm torn again. Like, these like score values are always a bit of a challenge. Like, where does it land on the scale? But I think, you know, I might have painted myself into a corner here a little bit, but ultimately I think I cannot in good conscience give this the same rating as the other ones we looked at. Because it has a quality that I think transcends my personal tastes and sensibilities. It's just fucking rad. So I'm gonna give this 5 stars. It's a cool ass cover. That's the thing, though. I mean, I guess it's fair to give it a high rating on account of it's not necessarily doing anything that appeals to me personally, but I still really dig it. It's very cool. It's definitely a lot more interesting than the American cover, in my opinion. So there you have it. That's my review of the Japanese box art for Mr. Bones. I have now been live close to 2 hours, and I really need to take a short break to go to the bathroom and maybe stretch, refill my beverage, I think. But yeah, this was a fun discussion, and let's hope we have even more fun when I return and we're going to play some actual video games. How about that? I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alright, I hope everyone is well rested and re-energized. Hydrated, perhaps? We're gonna get to some arcade action. Alright, let's hop on over here. We're not going to be playing Double Dragon Gaiden Rise of the Dragons, but we'll leave that on screen until we actually pick a game to play. And we shall be doing that like so. What Moses' plan. Meeting room in Sega of Japan HQ. The random storage cabinet in it. One day I opened a drawer out of curiosity and it contained every US region Saturn game. Mr. Bones at the top. Sounds like a treasure chest. Killick, the command is BEU watch, as in beat 'em up watch. Although exclamation mark bow watch sounds pretty good too. So what we have here is my highly legal and licensed arcade cabinet. Let me bring up a little text document. I put together my own, like, very brief short list just off the top of my head, kind of games I'm interested in. But I think what we can do is we can scroll through this list and see if I want to add anything onto my short list here. This is basically already kind of a curated list of mostly beat 'em ups. And we'll pick something to play from here. And I guess given the fact that we spent a lot of time just chatting, maybe do a playthrough of 1 or 2 games. We'll see. I'm going to try not to go as long as I did yesterday. We'll see. We'll see how long my voice holds up. But quickly first, I want to just kind of go through the list. And I'll mention whichever ones I had already kind of picked out here. 64th Street is one of them. We played this on my 4th of July American gaming stream, and I was kind of blown away by how fun it was. I had played this game a long time ago, but I mostly remember dismissing it as this kind of mediocre thing without much going for it. But I liked it quite a lot. And I instantly kind of felt that, you know what? This is not a terrible candidate for like a 1cc grind. That was my first impression, at least on the like game is fun to play level. I don't know. The fights where you fight like those steam robots were definitely like a pain point and something that needs studying. But other than that, some of the bosses seem to have pretty simple strats to deal with them, like the back attacks and stuff. So, I don't know, I like this game. AVP is a game that I know I'm not a huge fan of in terms of the style of gameplay. But I do want to learn how to actually play Schaefer. Anytime I've ever played this, I think I've played Lynn because she's the coolest. But I think she's, as I understand it, she's one of the more difficult and demanding characters to use in the game. Schaefer is like kind of weird and different, which is something I would like to learn. Or, you know, just learn more about. But also, I think one of the Predators is like the easy mode. That's the character you want to pick if you just want to get the 1cc. So, yeah, it's a game I want to study more. But I'm not super excited to... I have more of a kind of an academic interest in it than I have personal excitement for it. It's obviously a god game. It's like an awesome masterpiece, but just in style-wise, it's not the style of game I really tend to prefer. And again, it's got like all these aliens and monsters and stuff, and I'm more into human characters. Schaefer's the most traditional style character in the game. I guess that makes sense. In the context of that game, it makes him weird and different. Like, he doesn't like fly all over the screen like the other guys do, I suppose. I don't know how the characters like rate in terms of difficulty in specific, or rather, I guess I should say, I don't know where he lands really. But interestingly, I could see that making the game... I mean, obviously the enemies aren't really the enemies are kind of all over the place and they're big crowds and everything. So a character that plays more Final Fight-y doesn't necessarily turn the game into a Final Fight sort of game. But aesthetically, he wouldn't be the character I picked in terms of appeal. But it's possible that he has a playstyle that makes the game more appealing to me. I'd be curious to learn more about that. I will see. What's up, Taco? Yeah, that's what I remember. He has like this jet boost thing of some kind. That's like how little I've played this, and especially how little I've played as Schaefer. Arabian Fight's mega fucked. About to crash, don't play AVP without me. Yeah, I wasn't planning on playing it, so you're good. I'm just like talking myself into being more interested in it than I maybe was, but I think there's other stuff that is higher on the list. Alright, thanks, Taco. Have a good night. Asterix, Konami game. We're gonna go with a Konami game that's not the one I'm interested in, really. Avengers is Satsuburaiken, right? The Capcom vertical. Yeah. Red Boys. Batman Forever is cool, but I don't think Batman Forever is a game you play to learn more about beat 'em up design. Not, you know, it's like, it's not the 101 course, at least, that's for sure. I love the game, but I think it's a game that, like, a game that's amazing in spite of itself. Yeah, Battle Circuit, I think it's pretty far down the list for me of, like, Capcom beat 'em ups I would want to explore. Big Fight is a funny game that has some cool shit in it, but it has the most absurd boss fights. Like, I like this game. It's like appealing to me in some ways, but it's not a game I feel is going to be rewarding to try to learn to play well. Thanks for the follow. Blade Master is kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know. It's maybe there's some games that I think are a little. I mean, in general, these like kind of weapon-based beat 'em ups are less appealing to me, just in terms of how they feel typically. This one's interesting, but it's not really on my list. Brute Force, we talked about briefly yesterday. It's the Leland game with these super tiny characters, an 8-way combat, and it's completely fucked. Burning Fight is pretty fucked. I love parts of this game. I love the setting of this game. This is a game I'm half tempted to play it now because it's been so long since I played it. Burning Fight is set in Osaka, and it has a lot of these kind of Osaka landmarks and stuff in it. It's a cool contrast to Final Fight and all these other games coming off of Double Dragon and Final Fight that are like inspired by these like 70s and 80s depiction of a horrendously dangerous New York. Because it is set in Japan. It's like this urban Japan, which is almost surprisingly like a pretty rare setting for these types of games. And I appreciate it for that. And there's very specifically some things I want to study in this game in the aesthetics of the presentation of the setting that I want to like copy. So I have a specific research interest in playing this game, but I know that mechanically it's a bit fucked and it's like not a good Final Fight clone. So it's not a game I'm terribly excited about like learning properly. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is significantly higher up on my list of Capcom games I would want to learn. This one I've played a decent amount of, but it's been a long time and not like really seriously. I just know that like Slice and the Slice-Sorb fight there's like some real spikes, I think, in this game. And it's a pretty long game. I feel like it would be... Instinctively, I feel like it would be a big challenge to learn this game. But I'm not really experienced enough to say where it lands on that kind of scale. Maybe more experienced beat-em-uppers in chat could educate me on that. Yeah, it's the... What was it called? The Xenozoic Tales, which had a Mega CD games as well. One Mega CD game, not multiple. And... Yeah, Mess, I think he's in like one panel of the comic. And he's a fully fleshed out playable character in this game. Yeah, picking Mustafa, doing running kicks. That's like the game as I understand it. Riddon played Shanghai while watching the Double Dragon Gaiden stream to reach full immersion. That sounds incredible, honestly. I hope you had a good time. And I kind of want to play more Shanghai. But I could see myself booting up Cadillac's and Dinosaurs today just to kind of refamiliarize myself with it, because it's been long since I played it and like touched it myself. It would be interesting to just get a calibration of doing a playthrough to see how I feel about it, to determine where it kind of ends up on my list. Yeah, Undercover Cops, I didn't actually put on my list. I like that game. I think it's cool, but I think I'm traumatized by the whatever it's called, the Mongolian boss fight or whatever, the mole fight that I remember being so... I mean, I'm sure you can learn it, but without strats, I remember that boss fight being infuriating. But I think I would have a similar experience with Sly Sword, to be honest, so maybe that's not too fierce of a strike against it. Captain America, nah, I'm not that interested in it. I don't know. I guess Captain America is potentially a pretty easy one. Because like Iron Man's jumping beam is mega OP or whatever, so like maybe it qualifies on that count, but I'm not super excited about it. Crime Fighters, I'd much sooner want to play Crime Fighters 2, but I think that game gets pretty gnarly. As far as like the feel of it, though, it's one of my favorite Capcom or Konami beat 'em ups. DD Crew is a game I enjoy, and I think I'd have fun like learning it more. But as far as like trying to get the 1cc, that feels like a bit of a chore. So I don't know. I should actually put it on my list, though. I didn't write it down. Denjin Makai is a game I'm super curious about, because I know that those games have like super high polish and like cool presentation and a lot of visual touches and stuff. They're like very cool games, but I haven't played them much at all, so I would be interested in playing these games to like get a better feel for them. And it is my impression probably they're both worth attention, but I'd be most interested in starting with the first one, because it seems to me, I don't know if this is correct, feel free to correct me, Juno, but I feel like the first game is more approachable. The second game seems like it's just like kind of more of everything, and it's a little more, I don't know that it's more difficult, but the first one seems a little bit more palatable in some sense. Even if I was interested in playing both, it just feels like it would make more sense to start with the first one. Just like another final fight. Yeah, I guess I feel like from what little I've seen, the second game gets a little closer towards that spectacle aspect. I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but the Double Dragon games, not for the purposes of this. The Dungeons and Dragons games, I'm not a big fan of. I don't like the scope of them. I don't like inventory management in beat 'em ups. Gang Wars is pretty fucked. I guess Golden Axe is a relatively easy 1cc to learn, but you know, I'm well enough familiar with the game. It doesn't really interest or excite me. I feel like learning the 1cc of Golden Axe isn't going to actually teach me much interesting things about beat 'em up design. That might not be accurate, but that's how I feel, I guess. Yeah, so Denjin Makai 2, kind of by default, after Denjin Makai 1. Okay. And if I was going to play this, I guess I would just play Undercover Cops. Habuki Z is... I mean, it's from 1988, so I think that kind of tells you what you need to know. Yeah, Mega Drive Golden Axe is, like... Obviously, it's mostly the same game, but it is different. Like, the frame data and hitboxes and stuff aren't the same. But I think most people would kind of agree that the Mega Drive game is largely superior. but it's kind of a, I don't know. I have fond feelings of towards Golden Axe, but mostly for the setting and vibes. I never found any of them to be mechanically super compelling. Knights of the Round is a game I did spend some amount of time with previously, and I was really intrigued with how it's so mechanically distinct from all the other Capcom beat-em-ups. This is absolutely on my list of games I want to play and learn, but I kind of feel like it's so, like, in a way it would be a great sort of second game after the Punisher because you cover a different ground. It plays very differently. It's arguably one of the few beat 'em ups to make a blocking mechanic kind of work. But I do kind of feel like I would prefer to cover more of the like less esoteric ground first. Knights of the Round is almost its own like evolutionary dead end, which makes it intriguing. But I think I would want to play even something like Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. I think I would play over this in terms of covering more of the basics, I guess. Bash 2. Not even sure what this is. Knuckle Bash is kind of sick. Legionnaire is a game I've barely played. I kind of want to play this just to see it. I feel like I'm not even sure I've probably seen it from beginning to end. Yeah, Revenge of Death Adder has amazing graphics, but in my mind it suffers from a lot of the general Golden Axe stuff, which is like it doesn't have very memorable stages or boss fights. I know people like it. I don't think it's a bad game, but it doesn't necessarily scratch the itch of the stuff I'm personally most compelled by. Metamorphic Force is another Konami game I want to look at because I think it's... I know people like it, and my understanding is, like, of all the Konami beat-em-ups, there's, like, Violent Storm that is just full-on Capcom style. There's Crime Fighters 2, which is kind of its own style of just the way it feels. It has this very chunky feel to it that I quite like. Because a lot of the other Konami games are all, like, very slippery and slidey and don't feel very impactful. But my understanding is that Metamorphic Force is, like, the pinnacle of that, the what I would call the Konami like house style of beat 'em up. Yeah, like TMNT, Simpsons, X-Men, Metamorphic Force. I forget if there's like some other game in that pile, but those are all like kind of similar. And I guess Metamorphic Force is like the last and best of those. That's kind of how I've had it described. I've probably credit fed my way through it once in like the late 90s. So I would be interested in playing through this just to get a feel for it. So as far as like potential games for today, I would say Denjin Makai, possibly Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Metamorphic Force. Out of those, I think Cadillacs and Dinosaurs are kind of lower on the list because I definitely have played through that in the past, at least. Yeah, Bucky O'Hare is like the the missing link between Aliens and TMNT, the Konami Aliens. The Destroyer from Jail, like, Narc-like, if you will. Mutation Nation has a lot of cool aesthetic things going on, but yeah, none of the Neo Geo beat-em-ups are really very good. Mug Smashers is amusing, but it's mega fucked. So that's like, yeah. Night Slashers we played a bit of after playing the remake. I think it's a cool game, but I'm not sure. It seems... I don't know. My impression of it is that it's a difficult game, and maybe not a good next choice, but that could be wrong. I don't know. Baseball Batman. Eh. Ninja Combat's a weird one, but it's more of like a King of Dragons like than a conventional Final Fight style beat 'em up. Pulirula, Renegade. Runark or Growl. I know that this game, we played through this on the Igri 2 Mini. And yeah, the end game of this is absurd. It was like using 12 credits to beat the final boss or something like that. Learnable, maybe. I don't know. But it, yeah. Shadow Force, the weird, like, Technos beat 'em up with the possession mechanic where you switch characters and stuff. Oh yeah, this is the Ninja Guy. Skull and Crossbones, the Atari game, has its charm, but yeah, I don't know. Spider-Man, I was kind of blown away. We played that. We got into this Marvel thing. We played the Punisher and then the X-Men game, Spider-Man. I played through the GBA X-Men beat 'em up. That's totally fucked. And I was shocked at how much I enjoyed Spider-Man. The actual beat 'em up mechanics in that game feel really good. The Green Goblin fights are messed up. I'd have to learn them for sure. And I'm not a huge fan of the platforming stuff, but that's still pretty like learnable. So Spider-Man is for sure like on my relatively high up in the short list of games I'd be tempted to spend more time with. But today I think I'm more interested in exploring the stuff I'm less familiar with to get a better idea of how I might want to prioritize games. Yeah, it's funny that the Spider-Man characters, like the playable characters, with maybe the exception of Black Cat, all have like strangely sort of stiff and awkward postures to make them not look particularly heroic. But outside of that, I think the graphics in that game are astonishing. Like the shading of the characters and the anatomy, the way they're drawn. I'm sure it's got to be some of the same artists who worked on Revenge of Death Adder, because there's a lot of similarities in the art. You can look at stuff like Holosseum. Some other game I was thinking of. There's a lot of like similarities in the character sprites. That's like I guess Golden Axe the Duel as well. Which it's just like super sophisticated, and especially for the time, for 91, like it's really kind of crazy good art. That's a big part of the appeal as well. DMNT, nah. Denjin 2. I've kind of heard, I don't know if, you probably know this game well. There might be other people in chat who does. I want to say that, like, I want to say that maybe Macaw suggested that this is not a bad, like, 1cc. And then I think Trap said that it's, like, totally fucked 1cc. So I don't know where it falls on the scale. My impression, just like watching play of it, which as I mentioned is like not a good barometer if you don't know the game. Like it doesn't look like it'd be too bad. It doesn't look too annoying. I guess I would be interested in playing it through just to kind of get a feel for it. Destroyer from Jail, of course. Yeah, King of Dragons I'm also interested in. But it's such a different game that it falls a little bit outside of the... Like, I feel like King of Dragons to me is interesting as an arcade action game. I would be compelled to try to practice and learn at some point. But it's far enough removed from the kind of general beat-em-up thing that I wouldn't see it as part of the same effort. I'm sure Simpsons, I don't care. Off Turf, 89. All these older games are like obviously a bit fucked. Undercover Cops, cool game for sure. But I'd have to research a little bit like what getting good at that game entails. I would absolutely love to be good at it and be able to like play it properly. I'd appreciate that. I don't know. I should at the very least put it on my list. Undercover Cops. Violent Storm, for sure. Like, Violent Storm is a fun game. It feels really good, and I know that it's got these like boss throw loops and stuff. So I think it's a game that seems like it would be relatively learnable. Like boss fights in some of these games are super cheap and a big difficulty spike. So if you kind of know off the bat that there are strats to deal with that, it makes a game like this feel instantly more approachable. Yeah, Zero Team is a cool game too. on my longer list, but yeah, okay, we kind of went through this. So I think where we're at, the games I wrote down here as things to look at today, potentially. Denjin Makai, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Metamorphic Force, and Tenchi Kurao 2. I think I'm the most compelled to start with Denjin Makai because I feel like it's the game I know the least. So let's check it out. That's probably a bit loud. Maybe better? Fucking character designs in this game. I really, really respect this game's kind of out there. Like, it's not wacky and goofy. It's not like Battle Circuit, but it's very unapologetic, I guess. Like, it's not conservative in its like visual styling. I mean, it's pretty progressive, maybe isn't the right word, but it's like it's kind of creative and inventive in a lot of ways, while also still being mostly Final Fighty. I think it's pretty sick. The how to play section there seemed to imply that this is a 2-button game. I don't know if this is a 3-button game. We'll mess around a little bit, I guess. I'm not really super concerned with learning optimal 1cc strats. Again, I'm more than happy to take advice. Programmed by Wing K Soft. Shout out to companies who cannot spell their own company name. I guess I should pay attention here, because I guess it does show the motion. Yeah, like holding the button, tapping down. Is it holding the button and doing like directional inputs? Like the team-up specials, like this game has so much shit in it, it's like pretty crazy. And the sequel has like 10 characters or something. It's like pretty insane. Okay, just knowing the fact that there are like special moves performed by holding the button and doing a motion, that alone is like good base knowledge to have, even if I don't have a proper move list. Let's watch a little bit more here to see, because I was thinking I'd probably play with either Default Man or with what's her name? That girl, Default Babe. Cat Girl. Just as kind of a baseline. I'd like to see if we can get some kind of impression of... Okay, there's her at least. EO. I didn't catch how to do the flip, but that's okay. I guess it seems universal enough that a lot of it's like... Maybe hold... Okay, so that's both buttons in the air. I like that it like slows down and highlights the controls. Yeah, that's like... It looks like sort of a running Super Joy. But otherwise, it's like holding a button, pressing maybe a direction, or like back forward. Yeah, Winkysoft were more known for like strategy games, right? Did they make Super Robot Wars, or is there, it's like some other series that they're famous for, if I'm not mistaken? I think this guy was probably in the first demo, so we might have missed it. The early, yeah. I mean, I guess the series is still going, so I guess they're not. Okay, cool. We look back. Makai. Rokishi, Black Knight. Okay, so down, up. Back, forward. Burning Savat. Twin Sun. Yeah, like the team up moves, it's like such a cool thing. That move, like tossing each other, that's like Streets of Rage 1. But I guess what we've seen, there's like maybe there's a couple of different Super Joys. I'm not sure what the button 3 thing is about, but I guess maybe we'll find out. Cool. I guess we'll start with Makai. The presentation's so good. Right, so there's like a... Okay, so maybe everyone has like a forward and an up special. Run. Go to the car, why not? Oh, that hit twice. Okay, grappling mechanics seem largely the same as Final Fight. Interesting. I know that he has a suplex, but that's not how you do it, I guess. Maybe it's up or down? No? I've heard that voice clip elsewhere. I'm playing the UFO catcher. This is something I remember, like... Okay, wake up attack? This game's, like, hallmarks. Oh, okay, so jump button just does the flip around German suplex. Okay, cool. Sonic booster. I did that while running. And it isn't the same. Okay, Tornado Buster. Up on call 45. I had a feeling you might be summoned. Danger. Oh, I guess it was the grenade guy that was warning me about. Okay, so let me try. If I walk... Oh, okay, no. So the... Oh, that's good range on the final hit there. The Sonic Blaster, or whatever it's called. Oh, okay. That's Super Joy while running. So I've taken damage, which I presume is from the Super Joys. I reckon those probably use life. Ant-Man Z. I can... Okay, I did the accidental burning Savat. Grab someone. Okay. Okay, big quality hitbox on that. But you have the second, you have like the power gauge. Kind of interesting that the enemy health down at the bottom. I'm keeping mashing to wake up, because that's a thing you do in Final Fight. But it doesn't look like that's a mechanic in this game. I like that guy's L Gigante, just the letter L. You can Z move while jumping, but it's very slow. Go for some food. Oh, Hamburg steak. I'll take that very much. I can grab them. I'm guessing those pills are... Search, find out. Okay. I'm guessing the pills are... Those are probably going to explode. Special meter. Good. Yeah, I think that immediately, like, this game just strikes a great balance between snappiness and speed, while also having, like, a really chunky feel. Like, that's definitely something I would want to try to emulate. Or snail. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't... I was gonna say, I didn't try to see if there's, like... Final Fight style grab or other combo enders. Doesn't seem like it, at least not with the same input. Okay, not invincible. I took like 1 pixel of damage though. Is that it? I figured it wouldn't be. I was gonna say, that would be a strangely pathetic boss. It is slippery. Turning on a dime, too. I hit him with my wake-up attack. Okay, there we go. Probably no miss stage 1. Special bonus. I guess I have no idea about scoring. And yeah, extends aren't a thing in this, right? Because you only have 1 life. If I'm not mistaken. High speed, way something, or amusement park. Go to amusement park. It timed out, but... I fucking love, like, unique enemy spawns. That's, like, the sickest thing in beat-em-ups. Little idle animation of the guy smoking and eating noodles and shit. Hanging out. His girlfriend. I guess we're gonna fight those in a few seconds. It's like 12 times. Oh, there we go. We joined the fight. Back attack is a little funky. Didn't even mean to do that. Oh, I tried to grab the slippers. Wonder if I could have buffered a super joy. That wake up attack is really an interesting mechanic. Oh, you can do back jumps, okay. Interestingly, the Batman Z running... Oh, okay, he just landed up there. Isn't this threatening as you kind of would expect? At least, you know, I had 2 pixels of health from a bottle of gin. At least, you know, compared to Bilbo. Popcorn fresh. Gotta beat up the popcorn stand. Getting anything for it, I guess. Dynamite ducks. Definitely play that, but not... Nothing valuable. Perfume and cowboy hats. You can punch these things. When the screen was full of these things, I somehow wasn't able to touch them. Okay, beer vending machine. I like that it's got a little futuristic look to it. Oh, I was trying to mash out a Super Joy. It didn't come out. I'm trying to grab someone. Hey, it looks like they've got pretty big iframes on their slide there. I couldn't hit them. Stun, okay. That's interesting. Not something you typically see in a beat 'em up. You know what? I'm gonna... That's... You can't pause an arcade game with the start button. Audio's just, like, really low now. Okay. Suddenly we're in the monster cave. Let me know if the game's too loud. It just seemed... The track moment, it seemed like it was going to be loud, and now it's, like, not really good. Cool. Egg. Like, you occasionally have enemies walking on screen, and that's okay. But you're not just, like, walking into these, like, squads standing there waiting. Comboing into the special moves is really satisfying, but it takes a little practice with the execution. Seems like it would be quite effective. I like that they're just called monster. Good. Create some space. Nice. Top serve ice cream. Okay, some of them were monsters, some of them were creatures. Has this Go sample been used in other beat 'em ups? I'm sure it's like a stock sample of some kind, but it sounds so familiar. Cell replica. Really on a copy of something something. Nice little themed fun. I fucking tripped on a. Can you not Super Joy out of getting comboed? Boss wake up attack. Oh, I got ODG. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. Started to do my running pistol move. Sonic booster. And that cost red meter. Someone got dizzy. Fucking boss got dizzy. Oh shit, okay. Oh, did you build meter by standing still? Something happened while I was standing still. I had full meter. I'm like jabbing him out of the air. Of course, that wasn't the boss. Oh, it was. Okay, well, it didn't. Okay, hang on. Okay, cool. We survived. Wait. Okay, so this was the other level choice. Oh, of course, you don't get full health, which I guess, you know, makes sense in a game that has one life. Like enemies. Electric stun rod. Oh, of course I can't fucking hit anything. Explosion reached the... Oh! Oh, the weapons expire. Okay. Very satisfying. Oh, no. I thought I could knee him once and still throw him. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Okay, the running jump kick, not very good. Alright, we made it to stage 3 on my basically first credit ever playing this. I'm gonna say that's pretty good. Going crazy trying to remember where I know this Go sound from. Good little narrative stage transition. Alright, we got the Nerf gun. Don't have any visible ammo counter on screen, but I'm gonna assume ammo is not infinite. Jump kick. Okay, that felt pretty good. Back attack, I'm not in love with, because it keeps coming out when I don't intend it to. Granted, it knocks down. It's not a bad move, but it's a little slowish. In Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, yeah, that would be where I know it from. I tried to Super Joy. But correct me if I'm wrong, it does seem like Super Joy... Like, I guess I say Super Joy, but it's a special move on both buttons, but it doesn't really seem to function like a Super Joy. Because you can't seem to do it out of hit stun, and it doesn't seem to have iframes. Yeah, even the uppercut there I got... Alright, so... Oh, there was food there. My first credit got me through 2 stages. My second credit got me through, like, a screen and a half. They're all pretty different, I see. That makes sense. Gotta, like, learn how the different moves work. Giant tear. Whoops. Too late. Safety first, mine says. Okay. guess you cannot attack out of a back jump. Oh, okay. You have to press back first and then jump. The input for the back jump's not the same as Final Fight. 2 sounds. Okay, even robots craft robo, not too heavy to throw. Good to know. Aubrey on that suplex pretty wild. These guys were not knocked down by the back attack. Oh yeah, I guess they don't. That's interesting. Very interesting concept to have enemies. Like, they don't really function that differently. They're not like a heavy guy you can't throw. They're not like, they don't have hit stun. But specifically, attacks that knock down don't knock them down. Kind of aggressive, trying to go for a throw. Makai's specials are kind of interesting. By interesting, I mean that positively. In that he seems kind of vulnerable at the end. Both the uppercut and the Sobot. This guy's sleeping. You taste Nobo. Tomato, I'll grab that. He's falling, concrete. You know, that's a decent stage gimmick hazard that isn't too obnoxious. And it lasts for like 3 seconds. Not like fucking climbing the mountain in Double Dragon Gaiden, or the factory platforming that like lasts way too long. How do I fight this guy? All these games with like these like mega buff huge ninja guys. Like this, there's Ninja Warriors. There's Jin Huhai in Art of Fighting 3. I'm still so fucking hyped for the new version of Art of Fighting 3. It's an insane thing. Managing to land the hit. Whoa! Okay. Got this okay damage. At least it's not dangerous to stand around these guys when they wake up, it looks like, if they just teleport out of the way. Haven't even gotten to the actual boss yet, though. I keep getting, like, the running attack and the back attack when I don't really mean to. I was trying to do a uppercut. Okay, I still got him. Of course. That's so sick. Whoa, shit! Alright, that's pretty cool. I was trying to stand just behind him. I did position myself incorrectly, but I was not expecting that to come out. I feel like you could probably bait, like, once you get this technique to come out. I guess he's interesting. He's doing, like, different things. Alright, fair enough. I wonder if he adapts whatever move he does after the dummy based on your positioning. Because I guess if you could just... Oh, I see. Just jump. Axel. Your shit. Okay, fair enough. I thought I was still reading the instructions, and then I noticed the timer was already ticking down. Bayside. Oh, that's interesting. I'm full health. Maybe your health recovers fully when you get to like this, like after the bonus stage. I did not have full health when I cleared the boss, because I remember seeing during the score countdown that I got like life back, and I didn't have a lot of life at that point. Then I just got all of it back. Linked in the specials feels good. I'm getting too greedy, like trying to walk up too far. These guys can actually block, huh? Yeah, just standing still gives you meter back. Good to know. Well, that's a nice simple mechanic. And of course the time limit prevents you from just doing that too much. And also, I guess you get the meter back quickly enough that you don't have to stand around for like a minute to get it back. Feels good. Real good. Yeah, I was trying to go for the grab again. Gotta walk up a little closer to be able to do that. I do, yeah, I don't love the back attack. It's in situations like that where I'm trying to, like, lane shift from up close to grab. I might end up wiggling back and forth a little bit. Go for special. And as a result, I'll switch directions. Whoa! Okay. Wake up move, like, can reach anywhere. There's a killer doll. Ooh. Have some. Oh, that gave me full super. Interesting. Man, the arrows are huge. But you don't have to wander through this huge area to find the enemies. They're gonna chase you down. Okay, yeah, I just had to walk. Oh, I see. Again, like, the density of, like, time spent playing versus time spent wandering around empty spaces or waiting for the game to advance. A pretty stark contrast between this and Double Dragon Gaiden. I almost said Final Fight Gaiden. Probably shouldn't have done that, but felt cool. Okay, working out pretty okay. Pick something up there. I reckon you have at least some invincibility. I didn't even pick up the fucking gun. Oh, okay, nice graphic glitch. You seem largely invincible during the specials, but not at the end. Oh my god, and the fucking med kit. Oh well. It's a little weird that there's a continue counter on this two-player side there. Okay. Neptune. Gonna make a joke that we're fighting fucking Poseidon, but I guess we are. Okay. Roman Poseidon. Whoa. Oh, okay, cool, I'll take that. Yeah, so you're quite vulnerable at the end there. That's a decently sized hitbox. I want to get rid of this merman. Dude, he's got the fucking Aquaman Trident Rush. Pretty good. A lot of these boss characters are kind of weirdly weak. Which is not a complaint, mind you. Boss fights... It means the boss fights aren't totally obnoxious. Not what I meant to do, but that's fine. This. Alright, Sound stacking, pretty good. Hot belly. Scout. I don't know if that lamp was points or per meter. Oh, I'm trying to avoid the jeeps, then I get fucking drop kicked by Gigas off screen. Nice, didn't hit anything. Or did that, but... Waves running circles around me, quite literally. Tomato! Ah! Run over by a jeep. Punch it? Disappointed. Oh, I just have to be in the right spot, maybe? A normal jabs whiff on the jeep. Back attack hits. A little peculiar, but sure. I'm off with the German. Yeah, walk for like 2 seconds. And then I get destroyed. All right. So not as much in terms of unique enemy spawns here. Oh my god! He slid under my projectile. Although in fairness, I guess it's mostly the most basic enemies that have all these like unique animations and like scenarios for spawning, which makes sense. Like the significant expense to try to animate a lot of unique stuff for all these different enemies. So I mean, they have the jeeps and everything, whereas these guys mostly like drop in one night. Touch any input and it's just like fully fast forward. Lines. Robots getting dropped down. Pretty cool. Like, I think it's really important, not just for the visual variety of not feeling like every encounter starts the same way, but for the ability to have enemies enter the fight in different positions on screen. Because if every enemy starts the encounter like walking into the screen from the side, or kind of even worse, just standing there. Can't do that now. Cat. You know, that's going to be a big contributor to every encounter feeling very similar. Pretty intense. Man, this game's a lot of fun. Like having these lengthy assembling animations on these robots and stuff, it allows them to just be in the middle of stuff when the fight begins. And it doesn't feel horribly unfair or weird that you can't hit them until they're fully assembled. And all these super meter pickups. Not a lot of health pickups. Keep out. Alright. Cool animation. I love these little interstitial visual narrative bits to connect things. I'd say that looks like the first boss. Do a special move there. Turns out this guy's a little more obnoxious to fight when you got exploding drones all over the screen. Can't grab him, I guess. Try to do the special move. No. No, oh my god! I want to do that. Okay, I did every wrong move in the wrong direction. Nothing went right. I'm being asked to hurry up. Oh, okay, cool. These are the guys that have like the cigarette squatting anime. I got health. Okay. Pick something up from hidden behind the squatting guy. Looks like there's something else there. Yep. Okay, now he's upset. I guess I ate his food and stole his magazine or something. Yeah, you can't like turn around and fire your gun, for example, quickly, because when you turn around and press the button, you get the turn attack. I specifically wanted the turn attack there to not use my gun ammo, but that didn't work out. Very like brightly colored, kind of monochromatic backgrounds. Shit. Blue Tulks. Photo Belva. Kind of weird fighting these player character versions. Hulks HG. High grade Hulks. Shit. Oh shit, getting pile driven. Just get hit in the recovery. Dead, but there's food hidden here somewhere. Ah! I guess there isn't. Surely they're gonna get a muscle blast or do whatever on their wake up. Debatable though. Got him. Yeah. This time did. That didn't hit very well. Oh. Okay, well, we got through that fully stocked at least. Although I guess this was the second level in this set of levels, so maybe we would recover anyway. Yeah, the controls here are very differently. You move obviously much faster. Oh, I see. Don't punch the babes. And there's like no turning punch. Whoa, you can run though. There is a turning punch. I guess it's just the timing of it's totally different because your movement speed is much faster. I'm up. I guess I did poorly. Still got 53,000. Julian Erdein. Shigami Julian ka. After Julian the Grim Reaper, I guess. Needless to say, I'm not terribly concerned with the narrative. I like the aesthetics and flavor that the presence of the narrative provides. The actual plot and the details thereof do not really concern me all that much. Oh shit. I realized he wasn't dead. Statue. I do miss that the game doesn't like Final Fight. It's a little annoying. I miss that the items aren't given names like in Final Fight. Okay, this giant foreground obstacle. Not just to. Oh, the slippers faded away. Okay. Hugely extravagant patient frames for those attacks. Oh, I picked something up. I was trying to punch. I don't know why he fell to the right, but it's fine. I'm guessing I'm at 6 continues based on the score. It's not really something I'm keeping those tabs on myself. I guess that's performance kind of a level to be expected. First play. See where it ends up by the end. I don't expect to clear... Well, put it this way. If that last digit doesn't wrap around before we're done, I'm gonna be pretty impressed with my performance. Not entirely clear on the purpose of the suplex. It doesn't seem to do a big amount of damage. I guess you get possibly extended iframes during the swing relative to the other throw. I mean, it looks cool. It's fun. But strategic... Oh, that's just an interesting take on a conveyor belt section. Oh! Whoa! Oh, yeah, that was kind of lucky timing. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you can't mash like Super Joy. When you get piled on like that, yeah, I guess that's like a checkmate, speaking of, right? Like, that's a situation, the answer to getting out of that is to not be put in that situation to begin with. That guy's just in a loop, waking up into the electrified fence. Yeah, you know, as far as like a factory level with hazards, that was kind of surprisingly non-obnoxious. This game, I think, is worthy of study for factory hazard levels. I mean, comparing this to the industrial level in Final Fight, right? The fire hazards, like there's the trick of like just staying on that same lane. But it has the first section you gotta get through anyway, and it's like not terribly great design to have this thing that's like super awful to deal with, but there is a workaround that kind of trivializes it entirely. Thank you very much. And like conveyor belts and presses like that can be annoying to deal with for sure. Although that section was pretty alright. Presses didn't really cause too much issue, and you have surely that thing. The electrified fences. Ooh, the fact of them rising up to the floor. Those? Oh yeah, that's super meter. Here. Gotta be some. Oh yeah, there's a rocket farm. Animate stun mechanics really fascinating. Drop something. Verified receptionist of some kind behind there, I guess. Oh, you can see the little shadows on the floor. That's so cool. I didn't notice that before. Trying to finish with the special. Oh, so good. See, but you don't really want to do that into a crowd. See, that's crazy, because in Final Fight, if you try to do that and fuck up, you can at least Super Joy out of getting punched. That's not really an option here. That shit's so funny. This game's so, like, inventive and creative with those little bits. That's one of the things I really admire about this game, for sure. Yeah, that was supposed to be a jet uppercut, but I accidentally grabbed. Alright. Got some handbags. Fuck! Okay. Oh, I bet you wanted to scroll over to that plant, get something out of it. Thanks for the follow. I want to say, from vague recollections of having watched the game, that this is like the final room before the final boss. I kept trying to hit this statue, expecting it to be a thing, but oh! I want to say that there's like stuff. It's kind of cool to have statues of the bosses. Maybe I'm conflating it with the previous room, but I want to say that there's like stuff you can break here to get stuff. No, not the case. 2-pixel watermelon. Oh shit! That's pretty sick. These guys alienating out of the other enemies. That's interesting. Simple. We get to fight these statues. I figured we might. Oh, I was trying to walk out of the way. I'm gonna get punished with it. Oh, okay. Fight. So crowded, I can't eat. I'm smashing so hard. Having the minions is debatably sort of helpful. I think that you maintain your momentum, like if you're running diagonally and you do the lariat. You do this lariat diagonally. The last knee didn't seem to do a ton of damage. I'm not sure. Maybe the suplex is a better damage ender than fun than just doing the knee. Udian. Actually got through that more unscathed than I expected. I'll say this guy. I remember there being some break to bait him. He's like blocking and just shoving me away. Can't smash out Super Joy. Actually, let me try. Okay, you can at least buffer the input. Don't have to get him out of the air. I don't know. I don't know if I disabled his shield or I somehow started getting way more lucky. Okay, you can't walk into him to grab him like that. That is like no damage at least. I have a feeling this phase is not the end of it though. Struggling to get my special moves up. I keep looking at my full super gauge and thinking, you know, I should do something with that. There's even blocking. But startup on the block is really lengthy. Can turn into a monster or something, right? Pull a sword out. Oh! The text box. I didn't realize, like, I was in control. Just the active hurt box on him standing there? Sure, why not? Okay, the shield is a little bit mysterious. Even this seems like a kind of, at least partially because the boss fights don't have a bunch of minions. Like, it feels overall more surmountable than you would expect. Right, so now we're going to space. Perfect G. Ooh, that doesn't knock down, huh? Let's see, like, even this, right? Like, sure, you might do full-screen meteor shower magic. Grab you from half-screen. Do fucking X-Men chilling on the Atom Magneto projectile straps. But, like, you can actually hit it. Grabbing is good because it knocks him down. Doing the special moves is a bit dicey because they don't knock down, so you end up kind of leaving yourself a little bit open. You're going to get a bit extra damage. This is a bit of a crapshoot. I don't know what the strat is there. I think that's it. I won't die alone. My guy was fucking elevator button push animation, just teleporting out of the building. Fucking bootleg Chariots of Fire. Very, very, very interesting. I'm compelled to read up a little bit more on this game and maybe check out more of the other characters. This guy was pretty fun to use, but I'm curious what everyone else is like. I think Io is pretty cool, even though she's animal character, which isn't my favorite. But between the two female characters, I think she has a little more character to her. I think she is kind of whatever, which is fine, but I mean, I guess Makai is very much whatever also. I just tend to gravitate towards the most standard character in a beat 'em up, at the very least to start, to get like the baseline. I think a lot of times the Hagar character tends to be, if they're kind of slow and clunky and awkward to use, that at least historically I used to prefer erring on the side of agility and movement. In modern games that tends to mean like combos and stuff, which I'm less interested in. But I mean, learning how to play Final Fight properly with Hagar chaining the combo throws was kind of a revelation, and that is what makes him a fun character in that game. So it really comes down to if you can do fun stuff. Like, I used to never like Max in Streets of Rage 2, but he is like secretly or not so secretly like the speed character in that game, because his dashing slide kick is absurdly powerful. So you can kind of play the game speedily as him, but he has the slowest walk speed and the slowest jabs, and like he is a little clunky if you don't know how to play him, which I don't. So there can be, like, I do think grapple type characters are the ones that can have a kind of a hidden depth in terms of seeming slow and clunky and awkward, but if you can unlock their hidden potential, you can play a very fast-paced, active sort of style with them, perhaps. I mean, looking at Tulks in this game, he doesn't look sluggish. I don't know if the robot guy is also grapplery. I think it's a nice diverse roster, at least. Like, you got Alien, you got Robot, you got Hagar, you got Standard Girl, Animal Girl, and Standard Man. And then again, in the second game, there's like 5 new characters or something. Also Bluster. Ghetto sounds when running. I'm gonna take another short break. I need to go to the bathroom. This is... yeah, I want to spend more time with this game. But today, I want to do a little more exploration. So, after the break, we're gonna check out Metamorphic Force. Because that's, of the games on my short list, that's the one I'm least familiar with. So we'll do a playthrough of that and see how I feel about that game. But yeah, first, a short break. I shall be right back. Alright. I'm back and ready for some Metamorphic Force. Check it out. I'm pretty excited. We want to play the Japanese version, I'm pretty certain. Without any additional research, that seems like a reasonable assumption to make when it comes to, I mean, really arcade games in general, but especially Konami games. 288 by 224. That's an unusual screen resolution. Might be common for other those Konami games. I don't know. But imperfectly emulated. This is probably like a 14-year-old version of MAME, but I trust that the game's gonna work well enough, at least to get an idea of what it's like. Let's update the info here. X. The game seems a little loud. Maybe we'll have to bump it back up once the game starts and turns out to not be as loud, like the last game. We've got fancy transparencies, but yeah, I guess the whole animal theme was another reason why I was never super attracted to this game. Even the human forms, I'm not really into the character designs.
Metamorphic Force.
Now the game, the voice lines are like way too quiet. Like already, like there's stuff about this that I think Panther Man just having Colossus this weird stubby, like he's leaning forward and he's jabbing and he's like 7 feet tall, but the punch still doesn't seem to lead anywhere, and he's got Nightcrawler still. Yeah, I'm like the opposite of a furry, and I don't mean to say that I dislike furries. I just like nor do I dislike animals, but there seems to be a very common sort of societally, universally agreed upon sense that like a lot of animals are inherently appealing and likable, and you should have a positive sentiment towards them. I'm like completely animal neutral. The imagery of animals does not elicit a positive emotional response from me. Kata doesn't really elicit anything. I include kitties in animals, yes. I mean, it's I don't mind them. It's just I just don't really care. God. That's the thing. I don't even know who I would want to pick in this game. All right, let me just double check. It's never. So I'll map the third button in case it's used. I guess it's we do have a bomb button in this game. I finished Denjin Makai. I never used the third button. It doesn't seem like it would be a thing. So I'm not sure what the deal. Maybe it's like the Final Fight third cheat button. I'm assuming it's like all soft dips here. If there's continuous energy increment, is this like buy-in to recover health? Guess we're rocking the defaults anyway. Watch the attract mode a little bit. It definitely seems closer to X-Men than any of the other. Like the animation and the way the characters fight seems like closer to X-Men than anything. But you can tell too that like movement's a bit different. Like it's closer to X-Men than it is to TMNT or The Simpsons. Looks like, or you know, Violent Storm, which is super different. It looked like it maybe has proper grappling though. Like the throwing in X-Men is terrible because it's all like random. But yeah, the art style is very similar to X-Men. And it's even got those, like... That's pretty cool. It has this... They're not the same, but, like, the sort of amphibian, lizardy guys. Pretty reminiscent of... Yeah, these guys. Quite reminiscent of the crocodile men in X-Men. He's got some kind of DDT. Cool. Yeah, it definitely looked like you could grab guys and get them. Yeah, Claude's kind of similar to Storm waving her wand around in X-Men. I guess he's like the agility character. Bearman Ivan, I guess. Like the closest to a Hagar. But the characters don't seem... Like the spectrum of difference in like mobility and attacks and range and what have you seems relatively narrow. Like, I guess X-Men too, like, you have characters that are drastically better than others because some of them have, like, weirdly stubby jabs and stuff. But in terms of the repertoire of moves, like, it's kind of the same for everyone. It's just that, like, whichever character's version of that move happens to be a lot better than someone else's. And in fairness, that's how a lot of beat-em-ups work, I think. Final Fight, like, innovated and kind of invented the idea of these player characters that mechanically are quite different. But even then, like, Hagar's very different from the others, but Cody and Guy aren't that different. That's like a thing that I think sort of weirdly has not been followed up on. It's not that no game ever did it, but of all the things that Final Fight did right and kind of innovated over something like Double Dragon, the character variety in terms of mechanics is something that wasn't really copied nearly as widely as a lot of the like the combo and grabbing and like the other sort of general mechanics. I find kind of interesting. I guess Violent Storm maybe has a little bit more of that, but even then, I don't know how true that is, I guess. I mean, even games that don't aim to differentiate the characters in that way, you know, it's rare that you have a game where the characters are all, like, equally good, because usually, you know, there's going to be some slight difference that puts an obvious edge for one character or another. So, in practical terms, the characters are not the same, but in terms of appealing to, like, different play styles or having different strategies, like, I don't think X-Men, for example, necessarily has that a lot. Like, you pick Storm if you want to win, and then you pick Colossus if you want to scream really loud. But I don't know that you can really play the game super differently depending on who you pick. Anyway, I have no idea who I want to play here. Because again, no one exceedingly appeals to me more than anyone else. I don't know that I should trust this guy to be the default. I guess no one. It's an ensemble cast, but I guess we'll go with him. Because I'm playing on 2-player mode and not a 4-player... It's fucking loud. Like on a 4-player cabinet, it would just be a slot for each character. And like in the TMNT one, I don't know that Leonardo is on the far left. He's probably like on the number 2 spot. Because the far left and far right spots are kind of fucked. Alright, if anyone in chat knows anything about how to play this game, feel free to let me know, because I have no idea. I guess there's not Final Fight grappling though. Maybe you can only do that as a beast. He's just going ham. It does seem like you get slightly different jump parts, like depending on the timing of your attack. Oh, okay. What that does. Yeah, okay. Now that we're a beast, we can final fight grab these guys. Good forward lean. Oh, okay, so you pick that up while beast. I'm guessing the flash engage is my beast energy. Okay, you got back attacks. Little dancing stomp. Okay, that refills both gauges. I could have saved that for a little bit, maybe. Oh, it's no Double Dragon Gaiden. We can't just scroll backwards. Interesting, you can't throw forward. Good. Green shake. Alright, enemies can get hit. That's good. Enemy death animation's pretty good. Okay, so beast energy doesn't just drain with time, I guess, or at least the gauge is staying full. Curious if that was gonna like refill it, but it was already full, so. Yeah, I think there's definitely elements to this in terms of the aesthetics that I don't want to say that I find unappealing, but I don't find as appealing as something like Denjin Makai. Probably not gonna grab that instantly. Oh, running, I guess. But just in terms of the feel of controls and interactions, I definitely think it has a better feel than X-Men or any other Konami. Well, when I say Konami game, I don't count. I don't count Violent Storm in that, because that's a Konami game in name only. Well, that was a cool animation. We've done it! Based on the fact that we got a bunch of life pickups spawning after the death of the boss, I'm assuming you don't get life back at the start of the next level. Yeah, like, there's a lot of things that are very competently drawn in terms of the characters, but I think the art style and the character design, for the most part, don't really appeal to me. Like, it's fine, and some cool characters are cooler than others. I think there's a little bit of a clash between the character art and the background art. Not horrendously so, but still a little funky. That's funny, the enemy was stunned here, so we got two beat-em-ups with enemy stun mechanics. Oh, the statue! Fuck, still reach it. That's nice. You get a generous pickup box. I like we've got the salamander fire snakes in the background. Pretty cool. All the characters feel good. Once the sea's kind of rough. 2 lives in a bad stage 4. I guess I'm deathless so far. I didn't mean to pick that up, but sure. But yeah, being able to actually grapple and throw reliably. Oh, that's kind of cool with the foreground effect there. Attack. Yeah, like mechanically, I think this is unquestionably just an improvement, straight improvement over X-Men. Like, it's similar enough that you could say that they're clearly of the same lineage. But in terms of the controls and how the game feels, this, I think, largely, at least my first impression based on this character and everything, it addresses, you know, complaints I would have had with X-Men. But I do think it's, you know, I can't really speak too much about the pacing or level design yet. So far, I think it's, like, pretty good in that regard in terms of, like, sections don't go on for too long. But I don't really find the enemies terribly interesting. I'm trying to punch the guy. I question somewhat how memorable the stages will be relative to each other. Bosses are pretty cool. I should try and grab him. That's maybe a bad idea. So I guess the way it works is when you get hit in beast form, you take like health damage and beast damage. And presumably, if that runs out, you're done for. Yeah, his stomp animation is pretty funny. Oh, shit. Okay, he just broke out of my grab. I couldn't see what was happening because it was, like, off-screen. I respawn in human form. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Once you see him start spinning there, you just peace out. Yeah, the bosses so far both seem pretty simple. Like, I could easily have not taken that death if I had... Now that I've learned, you know, of that spinning move, I'll recognize it. Even if it's, like, half off-screen. Because otherwise I could just kind of walk up and grab him. Like, this game has... Oh, okay. It's text. Guessing that I'm still hitting it. The game has hit stun, and it largely seems to like respect the concept of hit stun. Like that's a big part of why it feels better than something like X-Men. Like hitting and repeating hits isn't just some weird arbitrary thing. Like you have an actual combo. Like this game has... This is like X-Men with Final Fight mechanics, kind of. Because X-Men doesn't have combos. Like, combos aren't really part of the Konami house style. You just have, like, different normal attacks that come out in sequence or at random. Okay, that's cool. And enemies largely... It's like they're kind of, you know, strange middle ground between like King of Dragons mechanics and beat 'em up mechanics, where enemies take like numbers of hits. Like you hit them X amount of times and then they will fall over, but it's not like you do a combo, the last hit of which is a knockdown attack. Oh, okay. So I mean, I guess that makes sense. Spending the Super Joy uses animal power. Oh, okay, yeah, there's no start button on Konami cabinets. Beast? That must be the same announcer as X-Men, right? I don't know, like him. Guess block. Bucks. Okay, no, jumping does nothing. You're in a grab. Yeah, so, like... I feel like this is like the first time I've jumped in beast form. Okay, so you do have... in beast form, you get like, yeah, like X-Men, you do a different jump attack if you attack at the apex of the jump. Yeah, so like the boss fights in X-Men are a lot of sort of hiding them around a bit and then like landing straight hits and walking around. Okay, I guess it prioritized the beast. And then once you land like the third hit or the fifth hit or whatever it is, they get knocked down. I think that might be a thing that's different. Like in the US version, knockdowns happen on hit 5. In the Japanese version, it's on the third hit. I pressed the button twice and he attacked 3 times. Okay, there's a back attack in this one also. I don't necessarily care too much for the whole transformation gimmick, like mechanically, but at least it doesn't so far prove to be like a really annoying, obnoxious thing to have to deal with. But like the novelty of having 2 full sets of art and animation for every character seems a little questionable to me. I mean, I get it that it's part of the... If you're into the fantasy that this game is providing, I can see that that's like a relatively integral part of that. That part doesn't really do much for me anyway, so... I want to move around a bit, wake up. Yeah, the bosses... I don't know. I guess the X-Men bosses, for the most part, are pretty weak sauce as well. They don't really do much. I guess I'll take it over boss fights that are crazy annoying. Guy's going full Konami though, just hitting me through my stuff. Hello, Smuggy Bear. Currently, I'm getting beat up. Oh, no, you have... Oh, okay, okay. Another death right at the end of a boss fight. But I'm broadening my horizons a little bit, checking out some games that I don't know too well. And that guy's pretty tanky, though. The other bosses died pretty soon after they started flashing. Guy's been... To be honest, the flashing health indicator here is behaving more like I would expect. In terms of the observable gradual increase in flashing. Man, this is a sick boss death, though, the explosion. Good feeling in, like, the exploding sentinels and some of the boss deaths and stuff in X-Men is pretty cool. They're definitely getting that here, too. Okay, so this game's... Actually, I just realized, this game has actual score. It doesn't have Konami score, where you get 1 point per enemy. It has actual score. I guess, yeah, it makes sense to have score items, then. But the score doesn't show you the amount of continues. So that's not something I'm able to really keep track of. But I think I'm on something like 5 credits now. It is interesting that you can only throw backwards. So your crowd control options are slightly more limited. Music's doing something alright. I haven't gotten a good grasp of jump attacks and how to use them, really. But at least, like, normal attacks are good. That's the thing, as I was saying, like, the character identities didn't seem super obvious. So everyone seems to have, like, pretty brisk walk speed as well. Let's see, maybe we're gonna do something or other. sound balance in general is kind of weird. The hit sounds are really soft, and the speech is also really difficult to make out. I'm trying to grab the statue. I'm sure this is like a very learnable routing thing too. Like, going into this blind, I never know when a good time is to use the statues. But it doesn't seem like you're staying in each spot doing like 6 waves of enemies on one screen. So I imagine it would be pretty easy to learn, just like for each of the places where that, you know, statues show up, that like, oh yeah, this one you want to save it for the second wave, or this one you just grab it right away. Unless this happens, of course, so you just want to transform. Keep forgetting that down attack. Whoa, he just landed on. Okay. I keep forgetting that down attacks are a thing. Skull Cave. See? I'm sure that's easy to avoid once you know that it's gonna happen. Beast! Yeah, I was gonna say, when the Skull Cave opened, I was like, alright, I'm not sure if something's going to emerge, or if we're entering the cave. Or rather, someone is going to emerge, was what I was thinking, but it turns out something was correct. It was just emerging with a little bit more of a fierce velocity than I was expecting. Oh. Oh my god, it's not that easy to parse. But on that like last log, I kind of figured out that they were on different like the depths. Like here, do I kill these frogs and wait for the next wave? That's what I'll do. Okay, yeah, so that was like the correct choice, I guess. I was able to use that statue. But that stuff you gotta, like, figure out. Yeah, grabbing and hitting dudes into dudes and everything, it's not... It doesn't feel as good or satisfying as in games that do it, like, the best. The fact that you can do it and it's like part of the game is a big step up from typical Konami fare. I don't know if there's so much point in grabbing it on screen, because it doesn't... Statue... Okay, so that did take life, good to know. The statues don't give you anything other than the attack. Like, they don't refill your gauges or anything. Right. This sprite looks a bit fucked, but big fucking bloodless software energy. Pretty decent boss design though. Score up, thanks. Just what I needed. Is he already flashing? Right, we got down attacks. I guess I haven't even been thinking of using jump attacks. Right, you won that duel. I was trying to walk out of range, but no such luck. Dude, the grab range, but at least you can just wiggle out of its grab. Maybe you want to get grabbed. Easier to deal with than this fucking gigantic hitbox dropkick. Score up, thanks. Dude, the fucking... Yeah, okay, iframe's on wake up. I'm gonna check this out. The dropkick, though. Fucking hell. But yeah, the fact that you can kind of generally approach bosses this... Okay. Should have figured he was invincible there, but... Didn't know. I like that you get the down attacks if he whips the drop kick. Oh. Like, you can grab him in neutral pretty fine just walking into him. Well, that's human, of course. So that works. But if he decides that he's gonna... Okay, that's interesting. I can hit him out of the punch. Maybe he's not invulnerable, but he's, like, not grabbable in the punch startup frames, perhaps? But even so, like... The bosses... aren't too bad. Once again, we have to collect all these when our meters are already full. Would they have picked any worse way to indicate boss health? They could have not indicated it at all. Hit the enemy. Start. Hit the statue or... I don't know what it... X is a bit fucked up, but I guess that's what the... Okay, well, there are enemies too. That's all right. Getting a little blurry here. Okay.
That's you!
Thanks for the follow. I think the blink is kind of cool. It's like a traditional video game thing. All the aesthetics choices in this game. Not really one that I mind. It feels so weird to see like the sprite, like transparency effects. The perspective.
My pleasure to see you all. Now it is my turn to enjoy.
Voice. Oh, okay, you got... Alright. Extremely fancy fake 3D perspective that looks all fucked up. Yes. That was stage 4 that we just did, right? And now we're... I don't know if we're stage 5 or boss rush or what we're in exactly, but... I like this, like, Colosseum area, even if the graphics are a bit messed up. I'm not sure what this character is supposed to be, like, conceptually, thematically. Like, most other characters are sort of based on an animal or something. I guess she's just, like... And she's got some kind of pale and pointy ears. I mean, she's sick. She's, like, easily the coolest character design we've seen so far. Just don't exactly get it. Back attack connected. Octopus. I guess maybe. I mean, that's a guess as good as any. But even that's, like... not something that super neatly fits into the theme of the game. Like, it's not a complaint. It's just, like, funny. You know, it has a little bit of, like, whatever, fuck it energy, which I appreciate. But it stands out a little bit when a lot of the rest of it is kind of maybe a bit more thematically consistent. Yeah, like it's not all strictly like animal creatures. I think the bosses in particular have been a bit more like mythical. They have this like phoenix character and the like double cyclops. But I guess again, like I think, okay, final stage. So, okay, that's interesting. It's like a little intermission stage that was just a boss fight. Because the map screen showed up, right? And we had the cutscene. Like that wasn't part of stage 4. But yeah, I do kind of feel not entirely dissimilar to the X-Men experience of like I mean, I guess maybe that's a little harsh to judge on a first play, but like the stages kind of blend together. The theming and setting for the levels, like we have that sort of Greek temple nature at the beginning of this stage, and then we're going into this kind of dungeon, but this like sort of rock cave floor is something that could have been featured on any stage. X-Men has like 8 stages or something, and like if you follow the sort of narrative, they're specific, you know, but I still feel like when I play that game that you're just like going back and forth between caves and like high-tech labs. Oh, that was a cool effect. I was trying to walk out of the way, but hello, WAP11. This is not a 1cc. This is my first blind play, basically. Kind of exploring a couple of games to get a bit of a feel for what games I would want to spend more time studying and practicing. I can see the appeal of this for sure. Like I said, it's like it's the one. Oh, that's a pretty cool looking guy. Konami game that still maintains a non-insignificant amount of the Konami house style while still incorporating stuff like grappling and combos and a much better feel than X-Men or Simpsons, without going just like a full Capcom knockoff like Violent Storm. Which I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I think that's like the best feeling Konami game. But this would be a second. Oh, nice, got him again, though. Gotta be very close now. He's flashing this intensely. Good laugh. He still took a fair number of hits after he started flashing like that. Well, yeah, like, that seems to be what a lot of bosses boil down to, just... Well, I guess he's a mid-boss from the final stage. There's probably a shit that saved that statue. Oh, that's cool. Again, fucking love unique enemy entrances. Even an elevator section like this, there's like technically an elevator in X-Men, but you mostly fight those like TMNT like little robot guys on it. It's more of a proper elevator that is like sort of an auto-scroller with potentially stacking enemy waves, or sort of timed. But not terribly aggressive in its pacing. But yeah, I think the aesthetics and the theme, for sure, kind of puts a little bit of an upper limit on my potential excitement for this game. But I do like it. I think it's quite enjoyable. It feels good to play. Not something I say about Konami beat-em-ups often. I've been sticking to the one character for this playthrough. But I would be a little curious to see if the other characters feel notably different. Because I've been hitting that guy instantly because that seemed to be what I saw in the track mode. I don't know if he sticks around to dole out more stuff if you don't hit him. I don't know what the mechanics are. Yeah, the character art's generally of a high quality, and the animation's nice. That's easily the game's like biggest appeal, provided you find it appealing, which I'm a little bit on the fence of. But you know, the craftsmanship is greatly appreciated. Are there any beat 'em ups where you can play as a cool skeleton? In Guardian Heroes, you can command a skeleton warrior to do your bidding. That's the closest example that immediately comes to mind.
It's great you made it here. Nothing in your life.
See, this is a proper-ass boss design. Like, good. I mean, it's funny. Some parallels between this game and the last one. We're transporting into the astral plane, space demon, glass platform for the final fight. That's good. It's good. I might even say. Probably losing a few credits on this fight, though. Hello, M. Foolery. Why is the color contrast weird? That's kind of a Konami thing. We're playing on MAME, so basically, if you had this in a cabinet, you'd be calibrating the monitor to look correct. It's just a weird quirk. But you can play almost any Konami arcade game on emulator, and it's gonna have a kind of a washed out, strange look to it. Got the energy there, but if the boss touches me once, I think I'm gonna lose more health than I just received. It might make me survive. Yep, more than one hit. Okay. I'm human, though. That's pretty bad. Yep. Getting hit by these fucking reverse Arkanranas. Taking 60% health. That's pretty funny. Like, losing the beast form means losing the ability to grab. That's like the fucking death sentence. So yeah, it does kind of seem like enemies, or at least bosses, are like ungrabbable when they're performing actions. They're not necessarily invincible, but you can't grab them. Oh, okay. I would expect a second form.
Now you'll see my real strength.
Figures. That's an awesome animation. They look like bits of armor exploding off dudes. It's something they really did well. The Sentinels and X-Men as well as this one. Alright, got it. Again, the game's not keeping track for us, but I would say we're probably... Oh yeah, I was trying to grab him. That's not very smart. Oh, I don't have a grab. Oh, that doesn't even knock down. Fly. Nice sense of weight, the screen shake in the dust when he lands. Oh! Okay, you can't throw him, or you gotta mash or something? Throwing mechanics were different. Oh, you gotta mash. Okay, that's pretty satisfying. That's an awesome mechanic. I'm gonna grab that statue. Actually, I should have fucking saved it, because I'm about to die, probably. Off a bit more. It's gonna fly. Well, at least we bought us a little bit of time for our little friend to show up. I'm getting, like, proper knockdowns. Oh, okay. Is that it? He wasn't even blasting or anything. Like, the sense of weight. Really good. Yeah, dude, the mashing to throw. Fuck, that was a satisfying mechanic. I kind of want to copy that. I should take notes. Okay, we're maybe not quite done yet, huh? That fucking Turtles Time Warp music. Okay, this is kind of cool. I mean, it's not the most satisfying thing to fight. Just going a little bit weird, the background going crazy. It's pretty cool. We're up. We're up. Congratulations. Yeah, that was a. I mean, honestly, that's even something that I don't know how great some of the Konami beat 'em ups are, but like the climax at the end. Although, come to think of it, I guess Konami did do a pretty good job with that overall. Like the final gauntlet of X-Men is pretty cool. Like the Shredder fighting the original TMNT is cool, but it's pretty obnoxious. Turtles in Time Arcade is just kind of weird all around. But yeah, that was a good escalation of like multiple phases. And none of them were even like that annoying. Like sure, I got grabbed and lost like 60% health instantly. Like, being in human form is a bit... yeah, it's a bit of a problem. But yeah, that was enjoyable. There were definitely some cool stuff about this game. I can see why people speak highly of it. And I think if, like me, you're not the biggest fan of the kind of Konami house style of beat 'em up, you don't really like how they feel, I think it's fair to say that you shouldn't dismiss this game out of hand. You might not love it. I don't think I love it, but I like it. Like, I would much sooner feel compelled to play through this than, yeah, any Konami game that isn't Violent Storm and Crime Fighters. And even then, it's a matter of kind of what I feel like. I think, well, when I say Crime Fighters, I mean Crime Fighters 2, aka Vendetta. I think that game is really cool, but it's not, like, it doesn't feel as good as this in some ways. Like, I think aesthetically, that's my favorite Konami beat 'em up.
Metamorphic Force.
And I think that, like, the chunkiness of the attacks and everything, like, it has, in some ways, it's, like, closer to the stuff that feels really good in a game like Denjin Makai. But this is, like, kind of fast-paced and smooth, and it has the, like, the Final Fight style grappling. But I appreciate, like, as far as having its own feel, I think Vendetta manages to have a feel that's good while being its own thing, whereas X-Men and TMNT and Simpsons are, like, their own thing, but they don't feel good. This is at least, like, the best version of that. I also think in general, like, the pacing and, like, the spacing, I guess, like, the areas you walk through, aesthetically, conceptually, the levels are... I can't, like, remember... There's not a lot of memorable locations in this. There's not a lot of memorable moments. This game is kind of lacking in that sort of set-piece nature, like, across the game in general. There are awesome moments, like the Colosseum boss fight, the like, you know, the final boss. All the bosses and boss fights are pretty cool with their introductions, but as far as the levels, each of them are, you're just kind of plowing through this rather anonymous environment, which is something that I think the Konami beat 'em ups generally suffered from. Like, they weren't the best at that. There's a few things. There's, like, the floor that comes, like, attacks you. You have this, you know, fountain being, like, a unique bit of art. But, like, I used to say, like, yeah, that's the floor. I think, for me, like... Oh, I guess this guy can walk while grappling dudes. That's interesting. Yeah, I think this would be the next guy I would want to try if I want to play this game more. I think a good beat 'em up should have, like, you should be able to sort of describe the flow of the game as in terms of, like, this happens, then this happens, then this happens. Like, if you can do that, then the experience is memorable, and that's going to be conducive to, like, learning and memorizing the enemy waves and things like that. And when I say this happens and then this happens, I don't really mean in terms of story. You can have story beats, you can have little moments of goofy things that happen. It can be a description of what the enemy waves are or whatever. Like, these 4 guys come in to throw their torches. That could be a thing that happens. Then the earth, you know, shatters, the flame, whatever. But it has to be sort of distinctive and unique enough
What have you got
for it to be
there?
something you can remember. And if your way to sort of narrate the journey through the game is like, well, you walk one screen, then you fight these 4 guys, then you walk one screen, then you fight the 4 guys again, then you walk one screen, and then you fight 5 guys. Like, that ends up getting very monotonous, and it feels monotonous when you play it. This game's mechanics are good, and, like, the pace in terms of enemy health and enemy numbers and enemy aggression and downtime, like the density of gameplay, I think is pretty good. I don't think it falters in that sense. But the levels, like, I'm struggling to remember a lot of things that happened.
Metamorphic Force.
I think Denjin Makai had a lot more of those little, like, I didn't memorize when these things all happened, but, like, the guy standing around smoking, some guy sitting there eating his noodles. You have the 2 characters who are, like, on a date or something. You have the guy playing the little UFO catcher. You have the 5 or 6 monsters squeezed into the elevator, like, popping out. Like, really funny little bits like that really stand out and makes the experience memorable. See this, like, the statues coming alive. That's a cool little bit. But I feel like you have... the balance is a bit off, where you have too much of this, just guys walking on screen from the right. Not enough of statues turning to life or robots being constructed from the sky, like in Denjin Makai. I mean, obviously that wouldn't fit in this game, but you understand what I mean. Like, different ways for encounters to begin, end, and just, like, evolve over the course of the fight. Like, you're fighting these guys, and then in the middle of it, something else happens, new guys spawn. Like, there's just a lot of, you walk, and guys walk onto the screen from the right, and sometimes from the left. You have this kind of tiling cave where that just happens over and over. I think that's where you could really elevate the game to make it, like, a more memorable experience. But mechanically, it's perfectly solid. I've been going for quite some time today. We've been playing a few games. I've been already observing and learning interesting things. I think we can... I think we're going to wrap up Metamorphic Force. Hop on over here. And I suppose... this is a pretty bad picture, Reg, but we can... we can work with... Well, I can find a better one. But we can indulge in a little bit of box art review to wrap up. Just grab a proper image. If I can fucking find one. Why am I only finding, like... Maybe you had the same problem, just finding 100 pixel resolution images. To deal with this, bear with me. Okay. No, it's what the... Well, fuck it. Everyone's seen this before, it's not... Guess it'll work. Okay. Get some background music, I guess. I don't understand. This is like the most famous box on the internet. I don't know why it's like difficult to find a good picture of it. But here we are. What can be said about this that hasn't been said 40,000 times? Pretty bad. Pretty awful. Of course, this was not the cover I grew up with, because we didn't get this in Europe. We got a fucking sick fantasy painting for the box in Europe. Which honestly, I don't remember that much. I do remember the Mega Man 2 box, though. Mega Man 1, I'm sure I came across, but it was not the one I saw the most. But yeah, this is just, I don't know. Like, I guess it's like... It would be fascinating to learn the sequence of events that led to this materializing. Because it is obviously highly inept. It's the kind of thing where, like, it's almost surprising that more hasn't been known about it. Like, as far as I'm aware, it's not known who actually did this. I feel like if someone had done it, you would have a bunch of, at least one, like, oral history of the American Mega Man box or something. The thing is, like, there's been some, maybe not by 87, but certainly a little bit later for the NES, Capcom did get some pretty decent American boxes. So not all of the American NES boxes were, like, terrible, but some of them were, for sure. Like, the NES definitely posed a little bit of a logistical issue for publishers, in the sense that if they wanted to put out a Japanese game, they generally couldn't use the original art, because the Famicom boxes are such a completely different form factor. If you're not familiar, you know, let's see, do I have the Super Famicom Magic Sword on hand. So, the Famicom cartridges in Japan are around the same size as the Super Famicom ones. They're slightly smaller, but they have this kind of horizontal rectangular form factor. And in fact, if you look at some of the early NES games released in America, they're literally, like, I guess they didn't have time to produce all the ROMs. So there are games that are literally a Japanese Famicom cartridge in, like, a pin converter inside the NES shell. Because the pins are different. But otherwise, most NES cartridges are like 70% empty space. Like, the cartridges don't need to be that large. That was like a pure design choice when they redesigned the NES for America. But as a result, you know, the Famicom boxes are shaped kind of like the cartridges. Again, I don't have any Famicom boxes. The very dusty 8-bit controller box, but, you know, Famicom boxes were maybe something like this size, or at least this sort of shape. So any artwork that had been done for a Famicom box, which granted, they weren't always super high quality either. Like, the level of artistry in video game box art definitely improved a lot over the late 80s, early 90s. But the form factor was so different that you couldn't reasonably really fit it. So, as much as I hate American branches of Japanese publishers just deciding on a whim that they gotta get new shitty art, in the NES case, it was at least a little bit more justified than in some cases. Now, I'm sure you could have gotten actual, like, Inafune artwork. Maybe you don't use the exact same composition or artwork from the Famicom box, but, I mean, that's the thing. If you need to commission new artwork, you could commission the artists who worked on the game, who did the Japanese box.
There? A box?
But instead they got, I don't know, some guy who, at the best of my approximation, is not a professional artist. I don't know, they got a janitor around the office to do it on the weekend or some shit. Who knows, right? That's what we would like to learn more about. it doesn't match the game. It doesn't, like, it's... I don't know. It's like baffling how this comes about in so many different ways. The one thing I can really...
What have you got there?
Whoa, we got boxes out the wazoo here. Thought we would have hit the limit for that, but alright, we got a few. We'll get through them. Well, it's not done professionally, at least. I mean, there's... That's the thing, though, right? Like, the ways in which this is bad does not, like, anyone who's an actual skilled artist, which I guess we would want to presume someone who's a professional artist also has a modicum of skill, it would be difficult. It would be unlikely for someone with certain kinds of skills to produce something like this, because, you know, how do you... Like, there's some things you can, you know, mess up, of course, but, like, the perspective and proportions and, like, there's so many things that are bad on such a fundamental level that they don't look like someone was rushed. I don't know. It like, that's the thing. Like, that's what makes it kind of baffling. Like, even setting aside the aesthetic quality of the final product, like, the mystery of what kind of artist would be capable of producing something like this, let alone, obviously, the people signing off on it. That's the biggest, like, mystery. I'm pretty sure the artist did not play the game, but they might well have been provided with some materials. I think that was, like, usually the case. You know, you get a brief, and then you get, like, in the best case, some kind of visual materials, but otherwise some descriptions of stuff, or they just kind of, I don't know, maybe get some references. Makes sense if the artist was literally 13 years old. Yeah, you know, it's just, again, like, as an artist myself, the specific things of, like, you know, the character himself has, like, 6 different perspectives going on, and then you have things like the boots and the belt, and, like, there's a lot of things that are just flat. It's like a fucking Picasso drawing or something. Like, there's no sense of three-dimensionality or volume, and that's not something you, like, skip or fail to implement if you are capable. Like, if you can draw well, those things just happen. They just come through. You don't... If I were to do something quickly or shoddily, I wouldn't draw things that way. But, like, it would just go against my nature. So that's what I mean. What I can't conceive of someone who's, like, actually talented, unless a person's process is like, I draw something wrong and then I erase it and I redraw it 600 times over the course of a month, but this time I had to use my first draft. But even then, like, it doesn't look like a draft. It just looks drawn by someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Well, I mean, I don't think the coloring is much better. Like, there are things where, like, the face, I mean, we can't really make it out in this quality image, but, like, yeah, there's, like, relatively smooth gradations and stuff. Like, there's some amount of technique that I probably couldn't do well. I'm not, you know, well versed in analog media, but it's not well done. There's no, like, sense of, like, the characters, it's all, like, pillow shading. There's no lighting direction. There's like, I don't know. I think it's perfectly possible that the person doing this is capable of producing appealing artwork, but it would probably be artwork that is of a much more, like, abstract or totally different nature. Like, composition and putting a character with human anatomy in a three-dimensional space seems to be far outside their wheelhouse. But no, I don't think the coloring of his outfit, I don't think, is very good, because, I mean, yes, the technique of achieving smooth, relatively smooth gradients with, you know, colored pencils or whatever medium was used here, that's, like, something that probably takes a bit of technique, yes. But the folds and shading doesn't make any sense. Like, the sleeves are fucked. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, I don't know. if you guys look at it and go, I think it's impressive, I can't do that, fine, fair, that's, you know, I can't argue with that. But I don't think that is demonstrating. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because silhouette of the arms are a bit weird, but it's the actual coloring and shading and defining, or failure to rather define, actual three-dimensional volumes within those outlines. That's what makes it fuck. So, like, I would disagree with that take. But yeah, this is like, it's a box that's mostly compelling for its unlikely existence. But then of course, you know, Capcom USA are kind of like, I've said this before, but like, I hate that they made it a joke of like deliberately making bad artwork for Mega Man 9 and 10 and stuff like that. Like, anytime they reference bad box art Mega Man, I think it's just like really embarrassing, because it's not like they really ever moved past. I mean, yeah, this is not like the average standard of quality for Capcom boxes, but there's like decades of shit American Capcom boxes where they had amazing Japanese artwork and no excuses not to use it. They're like, oh, fuck it, let's commission new shit artwork, or let's put together this really bland clip art collage, or let's use the shittier artwork provided from Japan and just squeeze it together in a weird way. Or like, Capcom USA never like made good box art. So I think it's in poor taste of them to poke fun at this and say like, haha, remember the days where we produced bad box art? Wasn't that weird? Like, I think it's just shows a lack of self-awareness that I find not very charming. Anyway, this sucks. It's like, I don't even want to. I've already spoken more about it than I would have wanted. But like, how do we rate this? Is there something? I'm just trying to think. Like, is there something here that can justify a star at all? It's obviously incredibly inept. It's obviously a bad choice. That's the thing. Like, it's funny to think too that this artwork doesn't even. This also doesn't make good use of this box, like the proportion of it. So you could really justifiably say that they could have just taken the Japanese art and put it in a little box in the center of the box, because that's what they did here anyway. Yeah, fuck it. 0 stars. It sucks. Makes me mad. But it also makes me mad that it's like, it's already the butt of all these jokes. And it's like, I kind of don't enjoy trying to make fun of it or trying to find new ways to say new things to say about it, because it feels so tired. But the thing is, like, it's not, things like that can bother me when it's not deserved. But this is such a piece of shit that it kind of is deserved, which makes me all the more upset all over again. But anyway, why don't we move on? Give me a moment. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do these slightly out of order because reasons. So let's take a look at this. I'll try to keep this more brief. But yeah, here's the PAL box for Mega Man. And like, it's pretty fucking sick. Like, it's really well painted. The character designs are largely accurate, with the exception, of course, that they're kind of more realistically proportioned. We have this awesome, like, fantasy, sort of semi-abstracted, cloudy, wispy background fading into these, like, low contrast colors. The scan is a little bit iffy in terms of the color reproduction here. It looks a little faded, but like, we have the higher contrast on the foreground figures and much lower contrast on the background. We have the fucking ghost of Dr. Wily looming and his evil castle with thunderbolts and like, this is sick. Like, obviously, again, the art style doesn't match the art in the game, but at the time, like, you wouldn't have perceived that as a discrepancy, really. Because the character designs are still accurate. Like, you look at this and you see Fireman in the game, and you go, that's him, that's the guy. And, you know, the creative sort of embellishments and additions to the character designs don't seem unreasonable, given, like, unlike what we just saw, whoever drew this clearly based it on something. Yeah, we got, I mean, I guess Bombman is, like, defeated there, I don't know, and I guess, you know, Iceman's off screen there somewhere. But yeah, I think this cover is awesome. Like, it's... The technical execution of the painting is, like, pretty high level. And I would argue that, like, as far as, like, Capcom getting external artists to do covers for them, like, kind of in any era, I'd be hard-pressed to find many examples that are better than this. Just in general, too, if you think of, like, NES games that have, like, an accurate representation of the game and the character designs on the box, as well as, like, the settings, sort of, like, I mean, it's pretty ambiguous here, obviously, but the whole idea of, like, Dr. Wily's castle and him looming, like, again, if you saw this first and then you play the game, this is kind of what you would see in your mind's eye as you're playing. Like, this is enriching the gameplay experience by providing, like, extra, like, fuel for your imagination that lines up perfectly with the game. And I think that's, like, what a good cover art should do, but it's also this, like, really exciting, dynamic composition. Mega Man, like, he at least looks youthful, right? Like, he looks... Maybe he looks more like a teenager than, like, a little boy. But that's still, I think, perfectly, reasonably, like, in line with the character design and how you would perceive him. The logo is, like, properly prominent instead of, like, a little thing at the top.
There? A box?
I think this is fucking awesome. I love this box. I'm gonna give it 5 stars. This fucking rules. Alright, I'm confused because I thought I'd set, like, a limit on how many of these things can be redeemed in a stream, but I guess we'll roll with it. Yeah, Pal Mega Man, pretty cool. Move on. Have more Call 45 PC98 boxes. Ball, unsurprisingly, I know absolutely nothing about. Funnily enough, it's feels kind of standard for PC98, which of course means that it's like 50 times cooler than 90% of boxes we got for console games here, or PC games really, to be honest. Japanese PC games, of course, having far more of a tradition of hiring, like, actual prominent artists to be involved in the game design itself, as well, or at least, you know, the game development, and providing illustrations. I love the, like, the font of the title is maybe a little unexpected, but the, like, bio monster alien creatures and shit that we can sense within the text, I think it's a very cool touch. Maybe a little hard to make out on stream, but they're all right. High quality fantasy pauldrons, wise men, ethereal beauties, looming castle under a dark sky. You know, we kind of got everything. I do think it's cropped a little strangely. The title covering a big chunk of what I presume to be kind of the main character. I think there's, like, clearly this is done by a very talented illustrator, but I think something between the brief of what they were supposed to provide and how it was used on the box, there's, like, a little bit of a disconnect there. So I think there's room for improvement. This is not peak perfection, but it's incredibly good. I do think, for my personal sensibilities, the character designs, at least what we see of them, is like could be more compelling. Because a lot of them are just sort of covered in these swooshy robes and capes. And the one guy we get to see more of has his armor, and he's also like half covered by the logo. Pretty standard look, but you know, fine anime fantasy armor warrior look. I do like the frame of the thing in the back, but again, like the framing makes it a little confusing. Like, is it meant to be sort of a mirror or something? I'm not sure. I think framed slightly differently, it could elevate this artwork further, but I do like it a lot. So you know what? I guess we're being generous today. So to keep it in line with previous reviews, we're gonna give this 5 stars. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Next up, let's look at Leander for the Amiga. I've never seen this box. Quite fascinating. Lionman 50が力比べをしています. Fucking... Okay, so you might look at this and assume that it's a Japanese release because there's Japanese writing on the box. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Yeah, it says North America NTSC version on that sticker. I guess this game is supposed to have like a Japanese sort of setting. So this is an Amiga action platformer developed by Traveler's Tales, I believe. Published by Psygnosis. This was ported to the Mega Drive under the title Legend of Galahad, I believe. I'm not very familiar with the Amiga version. I know that it's like kind of different. So I don't know if I had seen the Amiga version and like should have pieced together that it was supposed to be like a Japanese setting or something. I didn't know that that was the case. Then I look at this and it's like fucking like take out chop suey font going extreme for the title. It's like somewhere between Chinese takeout font and some Roger Dean shit, I guess, which is like a little bit weird, but I don't know. And then you have this like samurai looking guy with like hiking boots and a completely inauthentic, like you can tell that it's meant to be a samurai from like the shape of the helmet, but like it's not, the armor's not authentic, and then the sword is completely straight, which is not a thing. Japanese swords are not straight. And the dragon looking like some fucking Terry Pratchett shit, like that's clearly not an Asian dragon. And you get this like kind of clumsy first semester of Japanese class sentence that I guess it's like the Lion Man and Beast are comparing strengths. Okay? It's a bit of a mess that it feels like it's made by and for people who clearly did not, like, they did not have a cultural consultant to help them along here. It's like, you know, it's kind of reminiscent of these like British Amiga games where some poor schmuck is tasked with trying to illustrate what a martial artist or a ninja looks like, so they're like, oh, draw some dude in pajamas or something. But it's like escalated. Which is a shame, because if that whole vibe didn't, like, you know, throw everything off, like, there are pieces here to make for a pretty cool cover. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the thing about weird English on Japanese boxes is that I think that it, I mean, there's some stupid, silly, dumb examples, obviously, but a lot of the time, I think the aesthetic quality of English writing comes across and like has the intended effect, whether you like read the text or not. Looking at this, I think, like, again, you have the kind of, the Japanese writing is in like the equivalent of an Arial font. It's just like whatever. I mean, I guess it's sans serif, but I think the aesthetic quality of like the writing itself, like, it doesn't look exciting. It doesn't look like it fits in. It doesn't feel like it adds anything. I mean, I feel like you could have, if you wanted to have a Japanese vibe to it, like, first of all, Leander is a strange name for that. But like, come up with some way to use like kanji. I mean, look at how Japanese writing is used in actual Japanese, like movie posters and shit. Like, Japanese writing is so fucking cool. Like, you can use it in like typographical designs, visual designs in so many cool ways. And this is just like whoever put this together, I feel like did not have any awareness of that. We're just asked to make it look Japanese with no regard for what that means, with no resources or means to look it up, I guess. Same quote being vertical on the side would have looked cooler. Yeah, like, just the framing of it looks ugly and clumsy, and just like the default first thing. Yeah, the period at the end also just like makes it look goofy, right? Like, there's just yeah, they did not like do a good job at what they were trying to do. Like, I think it's interesting, like, at the time especially, like, trying to evoke sort of a Japanese feel. Like, I mean, you have, again, like, all these computer martial arts games. You have stuff like First Samurai or whatever. It's not a wholly unique idea. They're approaching it with some bravado. I just don't think they really pull it off. But it's not helped either by like the dragon looking sort of cartoony. Again, aside the fact that it's obviously not a Japanese or Chinese dragon, it looks like the eyes look kind of dope. It looks like it's sort of half asleep. But the composition of this like flying dragon breathing fire, and this like warrior on this little cliff, that's a really solid idea. Like, the use of color is pretty cool. Obviously the scan is a bit washed out, but it's a wyvern. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, it looks like it's got 4 feet, but I don't know if it has legs or arms. It's just like a weird snake dragon with like 4 feet on its body. It's a strange dragon design for sure. Yeah, this is kind of funky. It's kind of all over the place. Overall, not a huge fan. It is accurate to the dragons in the game. Well, that's something at least. That's something. Yeah, but like the dragon, I feel like if the dragon had been sort of snaking around in the sky, turning around, facing the warrior, and like being more, emotive, breathing fire towards, or even just like looking menacingly, and you have this sort of face-off between the dragon and the warrior, like, that could have been really sick. But this is like, on many levels, a strangely clumsy execution of a pretty solid concept, I think. So we're gonna even out on the classic average score of 3 stars. It's fine, but it's kind of goofy. Certainly not among the finest works of Psygnosis, I would say. Okay. Did we... Let me just double check. Yes, okay, yep, and we have... Yep, okay. I confused myself a little bit. Finally, look at everyone's favorite Moonchild. I don't know. What do you say? Classic gameplay, high resolution CD-ROM. Another time, in another place, a green elf is sent by the moon to protect the planet Utopia. Call him the Moonchild. Danger threatens. One night, ... Windows 95. Keyser Publishing. Simply interactive. Moonchild combines the thrill of classic gameplay with state-of-the-art graphics and technology. There's an awful lot of writing on here. And it's funny because it's... part of it makes it not feel like a game. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's of that era, so it's got that multimedia CD-ROM vibe. This is like not that far removed from being like either the box for a GPU or like a magazine, like a, you know, PC CD-ROM multimedia magazine. Like just squinting at it, all these little blocks and text elements kind of makes it look like it's like listing all the articles in the magazine or something. High resolution instantly means it would look better than that low-res Metal Slug shit. Yeah, high resolution, just like Mega Man on the NES. This one's also state-of-the-art. But it's also classic gameplay. And high... like, what's that even supposed to mean? Windows 95. Classic gameplay, state-of-the-art. Honestly, I think the kind of... like, the mascot is sort of ugly and weird, but not off-puttingly so. Like, kind of charming. But I think the general sort of colors of the background and the twisted perspective and the shading and coloring of this, like, construction site, whatever. There's, like, some CG plants in the background. Like, that stuff is pretty appealing to me. It looks to me like, I guess, characters like CG that's been kind of painted over. 2D side-scroll on Windows 95, so classic game. Yeah. I mean, I sort of get what they're motioning at, I guess. I think it's just a funny phrasing, which is like... I don't know, it kind of reminds me of all these Steam beat-em-ups that talk about being inspired by Double Dragon and Streets of Rage or whatever, and this like doesn't play anything like them. It's like, I don't know, it feels like a pretty nonsense phrase that's like... I mean, it's marketing fluff, obviously, right? It doesn't really say anything, but it's just a funny phrasing, I think. I mean, to me, this doesn't really, it doesn't pass the poster test. Yeah, it's a bit of a Western Gargoyle's Quest, the green Arimer. Saw this as a single-digit child. Would have immediately thought of this as the most Windows PC game box cover aimed at kids of all time. Yeah, sure. I mean, it does have that, like, gradients on the text, even the choice of font, all these little boxes, even the sans serif font used to write out, like, Windows 95, CD-ROM, the little purple, like, yeah, I mean, that's my first thought, too. Like, it feels very... That's what I mean, that it's like, it could be the cover of a book or a magazine about CD-ROM, 3D, multimedia, interactive, whatever of the time. Tranced by the long-ass toe flaps. Yeah, there's some weirdness going on for sure. Got these, like, little smudges coming off of his ears, in addition to the weird kind of streaky speed line. I mean, I get, looking at this, I feel like I get what they're trying to sell, right? I would think for sure, like, Windows 95, CD-ROM, yeah, like, probably a 2D platformer with this mascot guy. Which I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's like either that or a weird, like, manhole-esque CG adventure. Like some combination of 2D platformer, or not necessarily combination, but like somewhere in the spectrum of 2D mascot platformer, like first-person 3D interactive pseudo-puzzle toy box space, and like, I don't know, the fucking Hugo games, stuff like that. I don't know. Not for me, at least not in 2026. I think by the time this would have been released, I probably would have been I guess I wouldn't have been too old for this, but I would certainly have been old enough to look at it and scoff and say, this is kids' shit. It has a certain charm to it, but I don't know. I mean, it obviously doesn't really resonate with my tastes and sensibilities. I think like the Windows 95 stuff, like everything except the artwork is like appealing to me. Or you know, it's not like ooh, that's like there's like a nostalgic like interest to the multimedia aspect of it, but then like the actual character design, the artwork, and what it represents, not off-putting or anything, but it's just like it doesn't really do anything for me. But it's like all the shit around it that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm into this. So yeah. I don't know. I'm faced with this conundrum frequently, but I look at it and go like, how the fuck do we even rate this? Combines the thrill of gameplay with graphics and technology. Yeah, that's a very unique trait. Not a lot of games have both graphics and gameplay. I don't know. I guess it's a 3. It's fine. It's... You know, it's a powerful internet meme now and whatever, like, but to me, it's just not... That whole aspect of it also, I guess, isn't really my jam. It's fine. It's unobjectionable. I think for me, like, the stuff that I find charming in it not being the part that's specific to this game, but more like, oh, the CG rocks far in the distant background, the purple template box. I think it speaks to the actual artwork itself, just like not ranking too highly for me. Yeah, I know it's been a whole thing recently with like the developers of it, like it just like exploded somehow, and they've been like responding, and like I don't know, it's a whole thing. I haven't followed it closely, but people are going crazy for Moonchild. Yeah, as far as weird European platforming protagonists or whatever, like you could do a lot worse than this. It's not like a wrinkly, disgusting infant, some weird child. He's a moon child. As far, you know, for even having child in the name, he is impressively non-repulsive. That's pretty good. Looking forward to watching you stream it, Makai. Anyway, that's Moonchild. That's box art reviews. And that's the stream. More beat 'em ups to come, I'm sure. I definitely want to spend more time with Denjin Makai. I do want to do like a cursory playthrough of some other games like Cadillacs and Dinosaurs and Tenjo Korao 2, just because I haven't played them recently at all. I just want to kind of get a basic barometer for how I feel about the games. And maybe explore some of the other ones on my list here to figure out what I might want to try to focus on for potential 1cc grind, or at the very least, slightly deeper study. But that journey will have to continue some other time. Maybe I'll do some off-stream research. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, folks. It's been swell. Let me just figure out where I'm going to send you. And we'll wrap things up here. Who is live? Let's see. Retro Demiurgy is doing world record speedrun attempts of Rick Dangerous on the Amiga. That sounds pretty fucking powerful to me. Rick Dangerous rules and kind of sucks and is weird, but it's also awesome. So that looks like a good time. Let's check it out. But yeah, thanks. Have a good one. I'll see you guys around. Peace.